We are here in Florence, Kentucky for games 1 and 2 of a 3-game series between the Otters and the Florence Y'alls. It's a bit of a weird one today. It's still raining, by the way, which is not it's not looking good. But another thing that is a little interesting about this game is that at least in game 1 of this doubleheader that we got going on today, calling it a doubleheader, it's a suspended game, but we're in the second inning. There's no fans here. There's nobody. There's nobody here. Everyone that's here is a part of, I think, the Florence organization or me or the players and coaches on the field. It's really coming down right now, so I'm not too sure if we're going to delay this game, but the rain just does not seem to want to stop from delaying / postponing the Otters games. We have not played a full game since Wednesday. It is now Saturday. We're supposed to play 2 today. Hopefully, it's just a little bit of a blip in the radar, and we can get on with it here in Kentucky. But either way, the Otters are currently tied 0-0, and that's where we stand right now in the top of the second inning. It was the Marcos Gonzalez strikeout by Zach Westcott that took place before the rain started coming in, and it's getting a little worse, which is not necessarily the best in terms of expectancy to play at 2:30. It's 2:22 Eastern time, and players are starting to come off the field as the rain really starts to pile on here. So the real question is, will we ever play a full game again? That's the question on everybody's mind. The answer, I don't know. Yeah, it's we're all kind of taking cover here. They're putting the tarps back on the field, so this pregame might get cut a little bit short here. Well, the first game started yesterday with Ryan Wiltsey, the starting pitcher. Ended up throwing a bottom of the first with a couple walks and a fielder's choice, but ended up getting out of the frame scoreless. Zach Westcott hit Dennis Pierce in the first inning, but he also threw a scoreless frame, and then we were 2 batters into the second inning before the rain took over. So, probables for this game was supposed to be Zach Westcott coming back for today and pitching for a technical second straight day against Garrett Simpson, but now not too sure what's going to happen here, as we didn't even get, 2 minutes into the pregame before we hit a rain delay. So wasn't expecting the rain today, at least not this early. If we check the trusty weather app, it says it's not supposed to rain till 7. But it does also say chance of light rain in the next hour. It's a little bit more than light currently. It is dying down just a tad, though. Maybe it was just a little bit of a few seconds of a bad storm before it all passed by. Either way, whenever this game starts, it will be the standalone game. To start, nobody else is daring to play at 2:30 because nobody else has a doubleheader, but take a look at the scores from yesterday. Tri-City shut out Schaumburg 9-0. Ottawa scored 2 in the 9th, almost made a comeback, but ended up losing 5-3 against New Jersey. Quebec lost by 16, which that never happens to Quebec. 18-2 against New York. Joliet beat Washington in extras, 6-5 in 10 innings. Trois-Rivières scored 3 in the 9th and won 4-3 against Sussex County. Mississippi ended up beating Lake Erie 11-4. There's a 6-game series there at Trustmark Park. And then Gateway beat Windy City 10-1. Well, rain's still coming down. When will we start? I guess we'll get back to you on that. But for now, we'll take a break, and hopefully everyone enjoys another rain delay, because we just keep on having them here. We'll keep you up with updates when we get them. For everybody here, I'm Evan Patoka. We'll be right back, and hopefully you play today. Hey, how we doing, everybody? After a bit of a rain delay, we're here, ready to go for game one of DOS against the Florence Yalls, and hopefully the rain is not a big factor in the rest of the day today, as we've already started off on a pretty rough note in terms of water coming from the sky, but we are playing, and it's looking clear outside again, so that's always a good sign. Zach Westcott's back out there. His strikeout of Marcos Gonzalez ended the game yesterday in the second inning because of the rain. But that strikeout also tied him with Gunnar Kynes for the most in Frontier League history. We mentioned yesterday that they're talking about a little bit of a battle between those two guys, and now they're tied at 691 apiece. And Westcott pitching today, so maybe he'll end up getting the lead back here. So this is the bottom three in the lineup leading off, as we are still here in the second inning. Sam Linscott is in the 7th spot, but leading off today. No score, no hits for each side, no errors for each side. It's a 1-0 count to Linscott, as that one's called a strike, and we're underway in the second inning. Always a very interesting dynamic when we start a game that's not in the first. That one's fouled back. 1-2 to Linscott. Now, Westcott threw a ball to start off this at bat yesterday and then realized the balls are too wet to play with, and now we're here. Foul tip into the glove for strike 3. So back-to-back strikeouts took 2 days to get back-to-back Ks, but he got it done, and now he overtakes Gunnar Kynes for the Frontier League strikeout lead. So we'll head to the bottom of the second. No score on the Otters digital network. Here in the bottom of the second inning, as Garrett Simpson is getting the nod here, getting the technical start. Ryan Wiltsey finishes the game with an inning. Unfortunately for Wiltsey, his start was cut short, and now it's Simpson going here for the start of the first game of 2 today. It's weird throwing 2 starters in one day, but that's kind of how it goes here with the rain. We'll see an inning, no hits, no earned runs, 2 walks, no strikeouts. As he's still yet to throw more than an inning against the Yalls this season, because his first outing was in the bullpen. Bit weird. Called a strike. Garrett Broussard leads it off. Lineup for Florence: Tucker, Blomquist, Zeisler, Bobo, Richardson. Then Broussard, the 6-hitter. And then Shaney Felt, Dylan Baker, and Kyle Harbison. 1-1 to Broussard. Garrett Simpson's had a little bit of a weird schedule in terms of his pitching performance with the rain delays and the rainouts and whatnot. He keeps having his starts pushed back, but he has a 4.58 ERA and 35 and a third innings, has gotten the win in 4 of his last 5 starts. Fly ball, shallow right. Amani Jones will run it down in shallow right field and make the catch for out number 1. I'll bring up Tyler Shaney Feltz. Simpson's last outing was against Mississippi on the 19th. So it's been 8 days since he's pitched. He threw 5 innings, only gave up the 1 run. He's been pitching very well his last 5. And he is now at a 4-1 record. He gave up 7 home runs in his first 2 starts of the season, but since then has only given up 1 and has only given up 7 earned runs, which sounds like a lot, but when you're considering the fact that he's thrown 26 innings, it's not too bad. 4 of those were against Schaumburg on June 6th. But he's thrown 5 innings at least in each of his last 4. And against Schaumburg on the 12th, he threw a quality start, 6 scoreless frames, no walks, 5 strikeouts in the 8-1 victory over the Boomers. As that one's fouled back, remains at 0-2. Shaney Felt against the Otters last month. 6 for 19 with a homer, drove in 6, walked 3 times, struck out 5. Little inside, makes it 1-2. No score here, bottom of the second inning. Bunch of zeros up on the scoreboard so far. It's a very quiet stadium. We do have some fans, which I thought was not allowed, but what do I know? Swung on and missed for strike 3. First K for Otters pitching in this game. And first for Simpson. That'll bring up Dylan Baker with 2 outs, nobody on. Baker up for his first at-bat. Little outside for ball 1. Simpson, 24th overall pick in the Frontier League draft. Second season with the Otters. He was with them last year. Got released and ended up only playing 1 game with Tri-City against Quebec through a scoreless inning, and then didn't play the rest of the season there. And he's back here and is looking like one of the mainstays in the starting rotation, at least in his last 5. There is a fly ball into center field. Ponder will let that fall in for a base hit. It's going to get past him all the way to the wall. And Baker is going to round second. He's heading for third. And he's in there with a triple. Well, John Ponder has had a lot of issues with the outfield here at Thomas More Stadium. He let a ball get by him one of the games here last month, and it allowed Shaney Felt to go all the way around for an inside the park grand slam. And now here he's got what we called, I think, a single and an error. So Kyle Harbison with a man on third, 2 outs. First pitch is called a strike. 39th error for the Otters this season. They were tied with Florence at 38 apiece heading into this series. It's a 2-base error out in center field. That'll miss a little low, makes it 1-1 to Harbison. Harbison wasn't on the team when we played Florence last, so no stats against the Otters yet this season. He's hitting 333, 23 hits now in his 19th game. Foul ball, it's going to get out of the stadium, and it's 1-2. Last game was on the 24th against Gateway. Went 1 for 4, walked and struck out twice. A little inside on the fastball. Harbison, one of the couple guys that came here from Windy City. He hit 225 last season, 31 games with the Thunderbolts. 2-2. Fly ball into right field. Lynn Scott has a read on it, and he'll make the catch for out number 3. So Baker singles, advances to third on the error, but doesn't come around to score as we're through 2 scoreless, heading to the third on the Otters digital network. Third innings brought to you by Precision Pest and Wildlife. Every great team brings precision to the field. We bring it to your home and business. Call 812-993-3341 or visit precisionpestwildlife.com. Let's elevate the standard together. Cohen Wilbanks leads it off. It's Wilbanks, Salvaggio, and Ponder, the 8-9-1 guys in the lineup. Lineup for the Otters: Ponder, Jones, Pierce, Castillo, B-Rob are the top five, with Marcos behind him, Linscott, Cohen, Wilbanks, and TJ Salvaggio. Just in case we have a couple people that weren't here for yesterday's matchup. 65 mile per hour on the curveball for Westcott. Makes it 2-0 as it's a little outside. Wilbanks only hitting at a 143, but he's been a good catcher defensively. As he swings and misses, it's 2-1. Does have a hit in his last two games, though. His last game was on the 20th against Mississippi. Went 1 for 4 with a strikeout. Now in his 15th game. Popped up foul. That'll get out of play. 2-2 here to Wilbanks. Wilbanks, 10 walks, 11 strikeouts. Has found ways to get on. Just outside, and it's a full count, 3-2. Only went 0 for 1 against Florence in their last couple series. Did have 2 walks, though. There's a fly ball. It'll get out of the field of play. Will remain at 3-2. Wilbanks in the lineup with the assumption that Logan Brown will catch game 2. Swing and a miss, and that is strike 3. 3 straight strikeouts for Westcott. 2 to end the second inning, then 1 here to start the third, as he is now 2 ahead of Gunnar Kynes at 693 to 691. Each strikeout is getting him farther and farther away from Kynes. TJ Salvaggio takes a strike. Salvaggio hitting 274. Now in his 38th game, he's 7 homers, tied for the team lead with 33 RBIs. Has a hit in 4 of his last 5 games, which includes a homer in back-to-back games, the first Otter to do so this season. A little outside. That's a rip down the line, but it is a foul ball. Another one fouled away. Fouls one off himself, and he's probably going to need a few seconds to gather things here. Westcott, 9.66 ERA and 31 2/3. He gave up 3 earned runs, 8 hits, and 5 2/3 against Joliet in his last start. And he's given up at least 3 in his last 5 starts. Did pitch twice, though, against the Otters already this season. As he kicks and deals the 1-2. And that hits him. So a bit of a painful AB for Salvaggio. He fouls one off himself and then gets hit by a pitch. And he'll take first. Second hit by pitch by Westcott. The first one was a Dennis Pierce on a ball that was a little slower. Back to the top of the order here. Ponder also gets hit. So 2 on here. Back-to-back hit by pitches to Ponder and Salvaggio. Westcott's going to get his reprimand. Now the first pitch to Jones. A little outside. Want to know here to Jones. Outside. So Westcott not really able to locate here. 2 on. Still only 1 out. And Harbison will come out to have a chat with him. Westcott, 11 walks, 19 strikeouts. So has been able to locate a little better than this so far. And he did just strike out 3 straight before hitting those 2 batters in a row. So he's just a little off for right now. Those 2 games, though, against the Otters was one was on May 9th. He threw 4 1/3, gave up 2 runs, 4 strikeouts, and a homer. He gave up a homer in both games he's played against the Otters. The second one was in a suspended game as well on May 17th. He threw 5 innings, gave up 3 earned, and a homer before the game was called in the 6th inning. Grounder over to first, snagged there by Zeisler, and he'll tag the bag for out number 2. Both runners will advance, though, to second and third. So Salvaggio at third now with Ponder at second. Dennis Pierce will try to bring in a couple of runs here. There's a fly ball into center. Shaney Felt going back to the base of the track. He'll make the catch for out number 3. So Westcott hits 2 more batters, but gets a strikeout and a couple of more outs with runners in scoring position to get out of the frame scoreless. Still no score. Heading to the bottom of the third on the Otters Digital Network. Bottom of the third here in Florence. Still no score as Simpson threw a solid bottom of the second inning, but now he has to deal with the top of the lineup for what is his first time, but the second time in the game. Tucker, Blomquist, and Zeisler. Tucker in his first at bat flew out to left field as he takes a first pitch strike. Fly ball off to the right side, foul. Taking his timeout is Tucker. Oh, 2 a little outside. Tucker, first season with Florence, signed back in December as he's in at 327, is coming off of back-to-back multi-hit games, including a 3-for-6 back on the 24th with a double and 2 RBIs. He's only 22 years old as well. A little inside, it's 2-2. He's from Staten Island. He went to St. John's for all of his collegiate seasons, which included last year. He hit it 288 in 53 games. 2-2 is just going to miss low. That is ball 3. Called strike 3, and another strikeout for Simpson. It's his second of the day, and that's out number 1 as he gets Tucker looking. First pitch, ball to Blomquist. Called a strike, makes it 1-1. Blomquist in his first at bat ended up walking, advancing over to third, but didn't come around to score after Zade Richardson flew out into foul ground to Pierce to end the first inning. Called a strike. No score here, bottom of the third inning. As we're finishing out the 9 innings here today, and then the game later is just going to be 7. Another called strike 3. Back-to-back looking Ks for Simpson, and makes the first 2 outs here to start the bottom of the third. That'll bring up Zeisler. Zeisler also walked. Ended up getting out at second on the fielder's choice, grounded into by the man on deck, Brendan Bobo. Oh, 1. Fouled back. It's 0-2. Oh, we haven't seen too many guys on the Otters strike out the side. I think the last, in 3 batters at least, the last I saw was Nolan Thebe when we were playing Schaumburg. Otherwise, I don't know if I remember another time in which striking out the side on 3 batters was a thing for the Otters. Hopefully, I'm not jinxing anything, but as Eisler does put together a lot of good at-bats, that's why he's hitting at a 374. And he's been hitting very well against the Otters pitching staff this season. No strikeout, but a soft grounder to first. Dennis Pierce will tag the bag, and that's out number 3. A nice 1-2-3 frame for Simpson. As we'll head to the 4th, still no score on the Otters digital network. Fourth inning is brought to you by Sheet Metal Workers Local 20. For 138 years, sheet metal workers have led the way in sheet metal industries like heating and air, architectural, industrial, and more. Visit smart20evansville.com for more information. LG Castillo leads off the fourth. It's Castillo, Robertson, and Marcos Gonzalez. First pitch outside from Westcott, who's throwing a solid 3 scoreless. He has hit 3 batters already, but has managed to not allow any of them to score yet, which is always good. There's a ground ball into center field for a base hit. Finally, the first base hit of the day for the Otters as LG leads off the fourth with a single. That'll bring up B-Rob with a man on first and nobody out. Blake Robertson will stand in. This is not a fanless game anymore. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, about 15 fans. I was told there would not be any. This is kind of less like a 2020 baseball game, more like a 2021 baseball game, like May 2021, where they only allowed like 100, 200 fans in the stadium at a time before they finally decided to bring everybody back in. Still very quiet, a lot quieter than I would like, to be honest. 0-1 to B-Rob is just outside. Oh, G. Castillo's been stealing a few bases recently. Now he's 6 for 8 on the year. Pretty good for a guy who's 6'4". Another one misses. 3-1 here to B-Rob. No walks yet for Westcott, but 3 strikeouts, 3 hit by pitches, and now has allowed 1 hit. Swing and a miss, and it's a full count 3-2. And Westcott now at 22 strikeouts. It's a lot of Frontier League records coming into this season. Innings pitched, starts, wins, losses. Called strike 3 on the outside edge, and Robertson goes down looking. 4th K of the day for Westcott, and that's out number 1 in the top of the 4th. A bit of a close one there. Ends up giving Robertson the bad news. That'll bring up Gonzalez, who was the first of 4 strikeouts for Westcott in his first at-bat of the day, as that one's called strike 1. Westcott also the pitching coach here for Florence. Bit of a player-coach gig going on. He's 34 years old. That's ripped into left field, and it's another base hit. 2 in this inning now as Castillo heads into second base. Runners on first and second with 1 out for Sam Linscott. Well, Otters had 2 on with 1 out last inning. Couldn't bring anybody around, so we'll see if they can change things up here in the 4th inning. Already got a couple hits on the board. First pitch, a very slow curveball. Called a strike. Linscott 0 for 4 in his last game on the 23rd. 2 strikeouts. Struck out in the 2nd inning against Westcott in his first at-bat of the day. Another one called a strike. 65 and 68. Castillo on second, Gonzalez on first. 0-2 pitch is a ground ball over to second base. Sliding, no play at second. Throw to first, not in time. Blomquist didn't know whether to throw to second or first, and by the time he made his decision, Linscott already reached. So it's an infield single. And 3 singles have loaded the bases with 1 out for Cohen Wilbanks. A big opportunity here for Wilbanks. Corners are in with 1 out. Still double play death, though, for the middle. Ground ball foul over to the Otters dugout, makes it 0-1. Wilbanks only one RBI on the season. That was back on the 13th against Schaumburg. There's a fly ball into deep left field. Going back is Tucker, and it's a grand slam for Wilbanks. First homer of the year, first grand slam of the year for the Otters, and Cohen Wilbanks breaks it open. It's 4-0. One swing of the bat, one RBI to 5. And Wilbanks clears all the bases, brings himself in, and it's a 4-0 lead for the Otters. Inside 2-0 to Salvaggio. Wilbanks only had one homer last year in 28 games. And the biggest swing of his season. Puts the Otters on top by 4. Now there's a fly ball into right field, but it's playable out there for Bobo as he makes the catch for out number 2. John Ponder leads it off. In the lineup, at least. He's now the 6th hitter? The 7th hitter to step up to the plate now in this 4th inning. Quickly down 0-2 here in the count. So Castillo, Gonzalez, Linscott all single. Then Cohen Wilbanks brings it to the opposite field for a grand slam. 1-2 now to Ponder, who got hit by a pitch in his last at-bat on the first pitch he saw. First at-bat, he grounded out to third. There's a grounder up the middle, past the dive of Baker into center field for a base hit. Hit number 5 in this inning for the Otters. And Ponder finds himself on first base, getting another single. And on first with 2 outs for Amani Jones. First pitch to Jones. One 0. Foul tip into the glove. Ponder leads the team in stolen bases with 19. Trying to get number 20 here. Could try and steal. He's getting covered over there by Hank Zeisler. Monty Jones still in a bit of a slump. He's 0 for 2 to start off the day. Ripped back up the middle into center field. And Amani Jones has another single in this inning for the Otters. Single number 5, hit number 6 for Evansville here in the 4th. And of course, the 4 runs on the one swing of the bat by Mr. Wilbanks. We'll have a mound visit, possibly a switch here. There is somebody warming in the bullpen for Florence. I will say it once and I'll say it again. Having a mound visit with the pitching coach as the pitcher is got to be a little awkward. Especially in this situation type of game where it's 4-0 in the 4th. What do you tell your pitching coach if he just gave up a grand slam? Really makes you wonder what Toby Hall is talking to Westcott about here. He will step off the mound. Mound visit ends. After a little chat, Dennis Pierce is up with 2 on. 2 outs, 4 runs already in on the Cohen Wilbanks grand slam. His first homer of the year was a grand one. First pitch to Pierce is called a strike. Dennis Pierce got hit by a pitch in the first inning, ended up flying out to center. 0-1. Misses a little outside for now 1-1 count. Ninth batter to step up to the plate for the Otters in this inning. LG Castillo led off the inning with a single, ended up coming around to score. He's back on deck. And I feel like offensively, the Otters definitely needed an inning like this. They did not have an inning like this at all against Joliet when we were back home. So to have something like this where 4 runs come in, they get 6 hits, hopefully it'll boost the offense up for the weekend and the midweek series against Washington. Called a strike. 2-2 now to Pierce. Might as well bring in another run or two. Why not? Dancing off a second is Ponder. Big lead over at first for Jones. That swung on and missed for strike 3. So 5 Ks for Westcott, but he gives up the grand slam to Cohen Wilbanks. And the Otters take a 4-0 lead into the bottom of the 4th on the Otters Digital Network. Bottom of the 4th inning here in Florence. 4-0 Otters have the lead as Cohen Wilbanks with the big swing, and I mean big swing. Had 1 RBI before that swing. He now has 5. It's a good day out in the yard for the man catching the pitches from Garrett Simpson. It's Bobo, Zaid Richardson, and Garrett Broussard leading off the 4th inning as Garrett Simpson's been pitching pretty well. Popped up into center. Ponder gets there. Makes the catch for out number 1. That'll retire Bobo. I'll bring up Zaid Richardson. Richardson's been hitting the ball very well. 4 straight multi-hit games coming into this one. Includes a 4 for 5 against Joliet on the 19th and a 3 for 5 as well with a homer and 3 RBIs. He has 5 homers, 26 RBIs on the year. That first pitch misses a little inside for ball 1. First at bat for Richardson flew out into foul ground to Dennis Pierce at first base. That was with 2 on and 2 outs to end the first inning. Little too outside for Richardson's liking. It's 2-1. Zade Richardson, the only player on Florence with a hitting streak above 3 games, and it's at 10 right now. Fouled off, makes it 2-2. 7 of his last 9 games have been multi-hit games. Now overall 15. That includes that 4 for 5 and 3 for 5 game against Joliet. He overall just had a great series then. Now in his 4th season with Florence. You see a lot of these teams have just a couple guys that have been on their respective teams forever. 4 seasons, 5 seasons. Schaumburg, it's 6 seasons. Otters don't really have a guy that is like that. Besides Logan Brown, J.J. Cruz, are in their 3rd seasons. High fly ball, and it's caught in right field by Lynn Scott for out number 2. That also means Evansville did have a lot of roster turnaround the last couple seasons because of the rough seasons they had last year and in 2024, trying to get back to that big 2023 form. There's a fly ball into right field. It will drop in, foul. Makes it 0-1. Well, the kid zone is over there. The kids are nowhere to be found, though. It's just a grass field. It's just grass. It's just a zone. A little low. It's 1-1 to Broussard. Oh, there's one guy over there. Oh, the easiest foul ball he'll ever get. There's a base hit into right field for Broussard. The first hit since the 2nd inning for Florence, since Dylan Baker's single and error that allowed him to reach 3rd. Tyler Shaneyfelt up with a man on first in 2 outs. Struck out swinging against Simpson. It was his first strikeout of 3. Shaneyfelt 1 for 5 on the 20th in his last game. Fouled away. Shaneyfelt, 24 years old. He's from Dayton, was with Northern Kentucky last year, and was with Florence for his first professional season. Hit .301 in 69 games. 0-1 from Simpson. Shows the bunt, drops it foul, though. And it makes it 0-2. Against the Otters last season, Shaneyfelt went 10 for 36, struck out 12 times. Overall, he had 50 walks compared to 54 strikeouts, but also set the franchise record for stolen bases in a season with 46 of 51. Broussard leads off at first, covered by Pierce. Does not have a stolen base attempt yet this season. 0-2 from Simpson. Popped up foul, basically the same spot as the first one, right to the left of us in the box. Foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best, never regret it. Another 0-2 here to Shaneyfelt. There's a fly ball into deep right field. Going back is Linscott, and that one is gone. A 2-run homer for Tyler Shaneyfelt. Both of his home runs have come against the Otters this season. One was inside the park, so that's his first over-the-wall home run of the season for Shaneyfelt, and it's 4-2 here in the 4th inning. couple of very odd home runs today. Shaney felt definitely not a power hitter. He's only 5'7". Was able to send that one over the wall. Ripped over to short and caught there by Salvaggio. Dylan Baker, first pitch line out. But Tyler Shaney felt 2-out, 2-run homer. Cuts the deficit in half for Florence. We'll head to the fifth, 4-2 Otters on the Otters Digital Network. I got a pitching change here for Florence as Zach Westcott finishes his outing. 4 innings, 6 hits, 4 earned runs, no walks, 5 strikeouts. And in comes Chase Hopewell, the first guy out of the bullpen for Florence. He'll face off against LG Castillo, Blake Robertson, Marcos Gonzalez, the same 3 that led off last inning. Everybody got to hit in the 4th. 4 runs came in, but Tyler Schoenfeld makes it 4-2 with a 2-run homer out into right field. First pitch in the dirt to LG Castillo. Hopewell is at an 11.57 ERA in 16 and a third innings. Last outing, he gave up 4 runs in an inning of work, 4 hits against Gateway on the 23rd. Swung on and missed, it's 1-1. No, Otters still up by 2 here. Some insurance definitely would not hurt here in the 5th inning. Right now, 4 runs, 6 hits, 1 error for Evansville, and 2 runs on 3 hits, no errors for Florence. 1-2 here to LG. Castillo flew out to center, singled, then came around to score in the 4th. Everybody scored on that grand slam from Cohen Wilbanks. 1-2. In the dirt. Chase Hopewell has a bit of a grunt to him after he throws a pitch. Hopewell from the Aries, from Cincinnati, was with the University of Cincinnati for his last 2 collegiate seasons, was signed as a undrafted free agent by the Phillies. Was released in 2025. Check swing. He did go around, and that's strike 3 as Castillo strikes out to start the 5th inning. 6th K already for Florence pitching. Blake Robertson has one of those 6 strikeouts. Struck out last inning. Grounded out back to Westcott. in the second inning. That was before the rain came over and took out the game yesterday. One to 0 here from Hopewell. Check swing. Didn't even check over to third. They said he went around, and Robertson not a big fan of the fact that they didn't check over at third. Umpires today, Miguel Rivera Cruz behind the plate, calling the balls and strikes with Will Naleski at first, Akira Gawk at third. That one's called a strike. It's 1-2. 3 games Hopewell pitched against the Otters. One of them was on the 9th of May. Got a third of an inning in, gave up 4 hits, 3 earned runs, earned the loss there. Then a couple of scoreless outings, 2/3 of an inning on the 15th of May, and then a scoreless frame on May 17th. Two from Hopewell. Fouled away, stays alive, does Robertson. Hopewell's with not Florence. He's with Florence right now. He was with Joliet last year after being released by the Phillies in March. 4.93 ERA, 38 1/3 last year with the Slammers. 95, but it's in the dirt. Makes it 3-2. 3 games against the Otters last year with Joliet. Couple of scoreless frames, and then one in the middle on the 15th of August last year. He threw 2/3 of an inning, gave up 2 runs, and got a loss there. Against Florence, his now team he's playing for this year, he threw 4 1/3. Foul ball into the Otters dugout. Another payoff here to Robertson, who's in the makings of a good at-bat here. Could finish it off here if he takes ball 4 or gets himself a base hit. And he'll take ball 4. Great at-bat for B-Rob as he'll advance to first. First walk issued today by Florence pitching. But 4th free pass overall as Zach Westcott hit 3 batters in his start. So Robertson reaches. That'll bring up Marcos Gonzalez with a man on first and 1 out. 4-2 here in the top of the 5th inning. Otters trying to extend that lead. First pitch high to Gonzalez. Hopewell stands at 6'4". He is not necessarily the most accurate in terms of how he pitches, but he does pitch very fast. So if it hits the zone, it's usually pretty good. Walks have been an issue, though. He has 17 of them compared to 18 strikeouts. And he has both a walk and a strikeout so far through 2 batters. Well, we're not going to take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard. We're just going to take a look at who's playing today. Joliet, Washington, should be a good game. Washington is on top of the on top of the conference. Only second to Quebec in the league. Ottawa, New Jersey as well. Trois-Rivières and Sussex County. Trois having a good little stretch. Schaumburg and Tri-City play as well. Schaumburg is kind of stuttering after a strong start to the season. We have our game 2 coming up later today. Quebec lost 18-2 against New York yesterday, so they're now 30-11, which 30-11. Lake Erie's playing Mississippi. Gateway, Windy City, Brockton, and Down East. In the turf, it's 2-0. So it looks like Joliet and Washington are also playing a doubleheader today. Marcos struck out in the 2nd inning, singled in the 4th, came around to score. Has a man on first with 1 out. 2-0. Hasn't gotten a competitive pitch yet in this AB against Hopewell. That is off of the glove of Baker, as he almost had that one on a great leap, but it ends up being another base hit for Gonzalez. And 2 on with 1 out. Here in the top of the 5th inning. Just missed. Got right off the top of Dylan Baker's glove at short. Thought he had it, honestly, off the bat. But fortunately for Evansville, 2 on. Now for Linscott. He also singled and scored in the 4th inning. Chance to have the bases loaded again for Wilbanks. That would be something. There's a fly ball into right field. Bobo gives a run at it, and he'll make the catch for out number 2. Heading to third easily is Robertson. So fly out to right field will be out number 2 in the top of the 5th, but runners now at the corners with 2 outs for Cohen Wilbanks. His swing is the difference in this one. Grand slam to the opposite field for him. First homer. RBIs 2 through 5. Chance to have himself a career day here if he can bring in another run or 2. First pitch from Hopewell is called a strike. 1 homer, 8 RBIs last season for Wilbanks. He hit that home run against Mississippi. August 14th, to be exact, against Mississippi. Overall, only had 3 extra base hits on the year, 2 doubles as well. He hit a double on August 2nd against Florence and August 20th against Washington. So that's his 4th professional extra base hit and his 2nd pro homer. 0-2 already, though, against Hopewell. 96 in the turf. Faster he throws, the more I speculate if he knows where it's going or not. 93 was painted perfectly, but the 96 seemed to miss by a pretty wide margin. And I think that's been Hopewell's problem this season. 1-2. Another 96 and another one low. 2-2 now. Last year, Wilbanks actually got the most hits against any team last year against Florence. 5 for 15. Hit a double, drove in a run. Also struck out 4 times, though. 2-2 fouls one off himself. Foul ball went all the way over to Garrett Broussard at third base. Still remains at 2-2. Otters now 7 hits after the single by Gonzalez. Wilbanks trying to get on here for Salvaggio. Possibly the top of the lineup after that. 2-2. Diving catch at first by Zeisler. Great play over at first by Hank Zeisler. Saves a run from coming in. And that'll end the top of the 5th inning. We're halfway home in game 1 of 2. Otters up 4-2 on the Otters Digital Network. Fifth innings brought to you by Buffalo Wild Wings. Bottomless apps are now here, dine-in only. Visit either Evansville locations, 5405 Pearl Drive and 715 North Green River Road for details. We are halfway through this first game before we play another 7. Not another 7 games, another 7 innings. Played another 7 games, we would not leave this place until the All-Star break. And then we'd have to come back here for the All-Star break. Fly ball into center field. That's going to one-hop off of the wall. Harbison on the first pitch hits a leadoff double. A good spot here for Florence to start off the bottom of the 5th inning. 5th double of the season for Harbison. He's into scoring position with nobody out. For the top of the lineup in Jackson Tucker. Tucker 0 for 2 so far today has a fly out to left field, a strikeout in the 3rd. 2 in the bottom of the 4th for Florence. Now they're threatening again here in the 5th. A little inside. Tucker, 22 RBIs on the season, has 2 in his last game. Oh no, here to Tucker. Fouled away. Harbison, not a stolen base guy, should just be staying over there at second base, even though he has a very large lead at second. They're trying to get him to throw back, possibly. St. John's last season, he was the preseason All Big East selection. Started all 53 games, had a 17-game hitting streak, and then was in the MLB Draft League. Played for the Trenton Thunder as he swings and misses for strike 2. St. John's last season finished 29-24, ended up losing both games in the Big East tournament against Creighton and UConn. One-two here to Tucker. Otters up 2. Florence threatening here in the bottom of the 5th. Pitch from Simpson, high fly ball into shallow center. Backpedaling is Jones, and he will make the catch for out number 1. No advance from second, so Harbison will stay there. And the fly out will be out number 1, and a pretty big out number 1 for Simpson as he tries to get out of this mini jam in the 5th inning. Brett Blomquist. 0 for 1, strikeout looking, and a walk in the 1st inning against Wiltsey. Didn't see too much of Wiltsey. Fly ball into foul ground, running after it is Pierce, but it'll fall out of play. Jones, Pearson, Linscott all fighting for that one. There's one kid out there in the kids zone now, so they do have some population. He's collecting all the foul balls. Hey, greedy kid over there. Who is that? Either way, 0-1 to Blomquist. Harbison led off the inning with a double. He's still over there at second base. A little low. Blomquist, 23 years old. He's 6'1". He's from Atlanta. Signed with Florence for his first professional season on January 28th after hitting almost 400 at North Greenville last season in his last collegiate year. Grounder to short. It's bobbled by Salvaggio. Has no play at first. And it's another error for the Otters. Second error of the day for the Otters as Blomquist will reach, and that'll put 2 on with 1 out for Hank Zeisler. Not the guy you want up with 2 on, that's for sure. It is 0 for 1, though, with a walk. Zeisler, 40 RBIs on the season, just one behind Bobo for the team lead. Speaking of, Bobo is on deck. So definitely the part of the order you want up offensively if you're Florence with runners on. The Otters in dire need, though, of a double play ball here. I feel like the Otters, as of recent, haven't really turned too many double plays. They've been grounding into them, but haven't turned too many of them. Fly ball into deep left field, and that is a 3-run home run for Zeisler. Opposite field 3-run homer for Hank Zeisler, his 7th of the year, and Florence takes a 5-4 lead. So the homers come back to bite Garrett Simpson. Has now given up 10 homers this season, 2 in this outing. And Florence is up by 1. A little demoralizing for the Otters, as the grand slam is almost a bit null and void now, as the check swing, he did go around. For some reason, Miguel Rivera-Cruz doesn't like checking over to third, because that's happened twice now, where we've seen a reaction after there was no check. 1-1. Zeisler now taking over the team lead in RBIs. He's got 43 of them. That one will miss for ball 2. Now the offense is going to have to get going yet again here for the Otters. Ripped down the first base line, foul. Makes it 2-2. Bobo has 2 homers against the Otters this season. He's 0 for 2 so far today. He reached on a fielder's choice. Ended up flying out to center in his first at-bat against Simpson. That was in the last inning. 2-2. Slow roller to short. Salvaggio doesn't have a play at first, and another base hit. Hit number 6 for Florence, as the infield single from Bobo puts him on first, still with only 1 out for Zaid Richardson. Five runs for Simpson, 4 of those earned after the error at short. Without the error, we would still be tied at 4. Called a strike, it's 0-1. Simpson working a little faster here. Quickly down 0-2 is Richardson. Richardson, a couple flyouts so far today. He's 0 for 2. Every run has scored today off of a home run. Wilbanks, Shaney, Felt, Zeisler have brought in all 9 runs today for both sides. Did go around. It's a 3-pitch strikeout of Richardson, and that's out number 2. 4th strikeout of the day for Simpson, and first since the 3rd inning. Well, the Otters were up 4, and now they're down 1 after a couple of home runs to Florence. Still a lot of game left, though, for the Otters. Gonna need the offense here to get going against Hopewell, who's looking like he's gonna come out for another inning of work. Nobody in the bullpen for Florence. There's a base hit into left field from Broussard, and that's another hit in this inning. Number 4 in this frame. So they're looking like they're having a Otters top of the fourth type of inning. Tyler Schoenfeld is up, hit a 2-run homer, his first out of the park home run of the season. Made it 4-2. Now it's 5-4. Only hit of the day, though. He's 1 for 2. Struck out swinging in the second inning. Has 2 on, though, with 2 outs. As Florence now tries to extend their lead after getting it back. First pitch called a strike. It's 0-1. Couple of singles have Bobo on second with Broussard at first. So that one misses for ball 1. Northern Kentucky for Schoenfeld, 324 in his last season last year. Horizon League second team selection. 34 for 35 on stolen bases. 1-1. Fly ball into center. Ponder is under it. And he will make the catch for out number 3. Well, the Otters were up 4 just a couple innings ago, but now they have some work to do to try and get that lead back. 5-4 Florence heading to the 6th on the Otters Digital Network. Sixth inning is brought to you by United Fidelity Bank, the experience you need and the service you deserve since 1914. Otters now down 5-4 after Hank Zeisler hit a 3-run homer to the opposite field. Salvaggio, Ponder, and Jones will try to at least tie the game here in the 6th inning, if not get the lead against Hopewell, who's back out there. First pitch called a strike. Hopewell with Cincinnati in 2023 at a 5.79 ERA and 65 and a third innings. That one will miss outside. Signed with the Phillies on August 3rd, just played 2 games with him. Spent the entirety of 2024 with the Clearwater Threshers in Single A. Had a bit of a rough season with him, though. 7.20 ERA and 30 innings. Inside, it's 2-1. Had a lot of stuff that season in the lower percentile, including exit velo, hard hit percentage, strike percentage, and whiff percentage. Also missed the rest of the season in 2024 after getting put on the IL on July 22nd. Got moved to the 60-day, missed the rest of the season there. He had mostly trouble in home games, which is a bit odd. I feel like you'd be playing better in home games than away, but he had a 12.34 ERA in home games, 3.93 in away games. Just overall not a great season for Hopewell with the Phillies organization. Another one fouled away. It's still 2-2 here. Hopewell still only 25 years old. Two. Yet again to Salvaggio. Another one fouled off, this time to the right side. Foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the plane, never regret it. There's a plane coming overhead. Hopewell's season high in earned runs given up was 6 back on June 17th against Schaumburg. Got the loss there, one of his 3. His only win was on June 3rd against Lake Erie. Grounders bobbled it short by Baker, and reaching is Salvaggio. So first error of the day for Florence. As a bobble it short by Baker allows his fellow shortstop to reach. He'll bring back up the top of the order in John Ponder. Hopewell's only save was in the June 4th game against Windy City, in which they won 20-19. Talking to a couple of the guys here about that game. This very, very wild sequence of events. They put in a position player in the first inning to pitch. That one will get past Harbison, and Salvaggio will take second base. I think that's going to be called a pass ball on the side of Harbison. Just a guess, though. That 2019 game had 3 position players pitch for Florence. Hank Zeisler was one of them, as well as Schoenfeld. Who's the third guy? Harbison. It was Harbison, speaking of. Called a strike, it's 1-1. Harbison pitched 2 scoreless innings in that game. Schoenfeld gave up 2 earned runs in an inning, 3 hits. He actually got the victory in that game. And Zeisler threw 3 innings and gave up 3 earned runs. Shows you the insanity of what happened in that game. We were following that game very, very heavily when we were playing. June 4th. Who were the Otters playing on June 4th? Was it Gateway? No, it was Mississippi. Swing and a miss, 2-2. That was the 13-13 sudden death game. So that was just an overall, that was a weird week in terms of offense in the Pioneer League. Everyone just decided they wanted to start hitting the ball. 2-2 to Ponder. Bit of a weird swing from Ponder, and he strikes out swinging for out number 1. Second strikeout for Hopewell, 7th overall by Florence pitching. 1 out here with a runner on second. 5-4 Florence here in the top of the 6th inning, as we're in the second half of game 1 of 2. Game 2 is not going to be 9 innings. It'll be 7, but still overall, it's a 15-inning day at the minimum on this Saturday afternoon. That is crushed. Deep right field. If it's fair, it's gone. And Amani Jones hits a 2-run homer. It's called a fair ball. And the Otters are back on top. It's 6-5. Florence not happy about the call. Amani Jones crosses the plate. Still, all the runs scored in this game have been on home runs. And the Otters, 1 swing of the bat, back up in front by 1. It looked like right off the right when Jones swung, Miguel Rivera Cruz called it a fair ball. He didn't even wait for it to land. Either way, the umpires aren't even going to convene. They're going to call it a 2-run homer. Big swing of the bat from Amani Jones. Talked about he was in a little bit of a slump. He's now 2 for his last 2, so hopefully that takes him out of the slump, as he's having a nice day. Couple of homers for the Otters, couple of homers for the Yalls, and it's a little bit of a back and forth affair now. That was the 4th homer of the season for Amani. Now Dennis Pierce takes a ball on the turf, makes it 1-0. Hopewell was very vocal in the fact that he thought that was a foul ball. Fly ball in the center field, and making the catch out there is Shaney Feltz for out number 2. So just like in the Otters case, the error at short would have, if it wasn't an error, we would be tied. But now, works both ways for both Florence and Evansville. Now the Otters back up 6-5. LG Castillo. So a little hard to see if that was fair or foul from that vantage point. That went way over the foul pole. So very hard to tell, but Florence did not think that it was fair. Fouled back. Ooh, a little bit higher. That would have went right into the box. So 2 runs given up for Hopewell. One of them earned after the error. Little low, makes it 2-1 against LG. LG 1 for 3, has a single in the 4th, came around to score, has a fly out to center and a strikeout looking in the 5th inning. Monty Jones with the 2-hit game now has 12 multi-hit games on the season. And there's a base hit into right field. Speaking of multi-hit games, Castillo has his 2nd hit of the day. Now he's got 12 of his own. I'll bring up B-Rob, who had a very nice at-bat that ended in a walk on a full count against Hopewell last inning. Somebody's warming in the bullpen for Florence. It's a little hard to see the bullpens here at Thomas More Stadium, so I don't know if I can get a glimpse of who that is, but either way, first pitch to Hopewell, or to Robertson from Hopewell, is called a strike. And a little outside called strike 1, so Robertson's going to call his timeout. Two outs with a runner on first here. Otters take the lead back in the top of the 6th inning. 0-1 to Robertson. Swing and a miss, makes it 0-2. That was scoreless through the first 3 innings, and now we have 11 runs in. It's kind of how quickly things shift in baseball. 0-2. A little low. Robertson now has a hit in 3 straight. Everybody in the lineup has reached base for the Otters, whether it be via the walk, the hit by pitch, or the single, or the home run. So all we've done today is hit singles and home runs. 1-2 here to B-Rob after a foul ball. Two homers and 7 singles have made up the 9 hits for the Otters today. 6 runs, 9 hits, 2 errors. 1-2. Yet again. Runner goes. Fly ball into center field. That'll drop in for a base hit. Castillo had a head start. He'll head first to third. And back-to-back singles for LG and B-Rob. Put runners at the corners with 2 outs. Marcos Gonzalez already has 2 hits on the day. Both of them singles. You could have guessed that already. But I think we might have a change before Gonzalez comes up. So Toby Hawk coming out to make the switch for Florence. Let's take a quick break. Otters take the lead back on the 2-run homer for Amani Jones. They lead at 6-5 on the Otters Digital Network. Back here in the top of the 6th inning, Otters have a 6-5 lead. Amani Jones' 2-run homer put them back on top. Let me give you a couple of stats that might make you feel a little bit better about how this game's going. The Otters, when they out-hit their opponent so far this season, 24-3, and they're doing that right now. They're 10-4 in series openers. They're 7-0 on Saturdays. I don't know how, but it's a little weird. They're 0-6 on Wednesdays. Still, I don't. It's a little. It's weird. It's a weird one. It's a weird little stat we have right there. 15-9 when they hit a home run. New pitcher into the game is Nathan Darden for the Y'alls as he kind of slips to throw a strike on the first pitch. He throws today. He's 22 years old. He is from Rowlett, Texas. First season with Florence, signed a couple weeks ago back on June the 5th. So this is only his 6th appearance of the season. That one is called strike 2. Quickly 0-2 here against Gonzalez. 2 for 3, 2 singles. One of them he came around to score back in the 4th inning on the grand slam from Wilbanks. And he has a strikeout swinging as well. His strikeout was the last thing that happened before the game got suspended yesterday. And so far we had that little rain delay, but we've been pretty lucky with the rain. So hopefully we get this game gone and done. Grounder to third. Throw on to first from Broussard is in time for out number 3. So Darden gets out of the inning, but 2 runs come in. 2-run homer for Amani Jones puts the Otters back on top by 1. 6-5, heading to the bottom of the 6th on the Otters Digital Network. Bottom 6 here at Thomas More Stadium. I think our fan count has increased to 20, maybe 25, which, considering the fact that no fans were allowed, is pretty remarkable, honestly. Dylan Baker leads off as Garrett Simpson still out there for another inning of work. Now pitching with the lead yet again. It is a one-run lead, though, and we've seen Florence already score 5 in 2 innings, so definitely not a comfortable lead for Evansville by any means. See what Simpson could do here in the 6th, though, against Baker, Harbison, and Tucker. 8-9-1 in the lineup. First pitch called a strike. Baker, coming from Tampa, Florida, was at Miami of Ohio last season, hit .339 before signing with Florence for the end of 2025. Hit .237 in 30 games, played 5 games against the Otters last year. Ended up going 3 for 16. All 3 of those singles. This year, 5 for 19 against the Otters. A little low and away. 1-2. Oh, the last series of the season between these two teams is in late August, so we're not going to see Florence again for a little while after this weekend. August 21st, 22nd, and 23rd, they're heading to Bosse Field. They had a very rough time at Bosse Field to start off the season. They got no hit, then walked off twice. Very interesting start to the season for them. Grounder to short. Nice grab from Salvaggio. Throw to first on a hop is in time for out number 1. Great play at short from TJ, and that's out number 1 in the bottom of the 6th. Nice play at short from Salvaggio. Gives the first out. That'll bring up Harbison. First pitch swinging. Fly ball into right field. Linscott falls back, moves in, makes the grab, and that's out number 2. Couple of quick outs here after giving up the 3 runs last inning. Simpson trying to go through 5 here after starting but technically relieving Ryan Wiltsey. Whoa. Maybe a slip on that pitch. Tucker was showing bunt, and it went right over him. Corner infielders in a little bit, especially Marcos over at third. Another one high and in. Makes it 2-0. There is a lefty warming up in the bullpen. Methinks it's David Eckes. Fly ball off to the right side. And I'll get into the kid zone with one kid. It is a literal kid zone because there is one kid there. 2-1. Three and 1 is that one. It was a little low. Tucker 0 for 3 so far today. A couple flyouts and a strikeout looking in the 3rd. 0 for 2 against Simpson. 3-1. There's a ground ball over to second base. There's Jones. Flips it over to first, and that's out number 3. Nice comeback inning for Simpson. A 1-2-3 bottom of the 6th. We'll head to the 7th. 6-5. Otters on the Otters Digital Network. Seventh inning is brought to you by Jacob's Pub. Jacob's Pub is proud to support the Evansville Otters in the Jacobsville neighborhood. Be sure to check out First Fridays at 607 North Main Street in Evansville, Indiana. We're in Florence, Kentucky right now and winning. 5 runs, 7 hits, 1 error for Florence. 6 runs with 10 hits, 2 errors for the Otters. Nathan Darden's back out there after getting out of the little bit of a jam in the 6th inning. Had runners at the corners, got Marcos Gonzalez to ground out to Broussard at third to end that inning. It's Lynn Scott, Will Banks, Salvaggio leading off. The top of the 7th. Now bottom 3 in the order. Lynn Scott 1 for 3 today. That will miss high, 1-1. Darden has a 1.54 ERA in 11 2/3 innings. He's been pitching very well to start his professional career. He's only given up 2 earned runs. One of those was in his last outing, though, against Gateway. Through 2 innings, gave up a run. It was a homer, but still got the victory, which is his only decision of the season. The other earned run he gave up, he actually gave up 3 runs. Only one of them was earned back in his first game on June 5th against Schaumburg. Check swing did go around, and it's 2-2. Rowlett, Texas is where he's from. It's a suburb of Dallas. Many people that know the Dallas area, Rowlett is there somewhere. 2-2. That will hit Lynn Scott. And that is now 4 hit by pitches for Florence pitching. 3 for Lynn Scott. Well, 3 for Westcott. Westcott, Lynn Scott, 2 similar. 3 for Westcott, 1 for Darden. Cohen Wilbanks will stand in. Hit a grand slam already today, but overall is 1 for 3. Lynn Scott on first, nobody out. 6 out of 7 on stolen bases. Shows bunt, and it is called a ball as he pulled it back in time. Oh, looking like we'll see David Eckes out for the 7th inning, the bottom half. Face off against a couple lefties in Zeisler and Bobo. Runner goes. Throw to second base is in time. Caught stealing for Lynn Scott. So he gets thrown out by Harbison. Takes him off the base paths, and now there's 1 out with the bases empty. Called a ball. It's 2-0 now. Here's a pitch from Darden. Now with the bases empty, called a strike. It's 2-1. Darden was with a multitude of schools during his collegiate career. Most recently, though, was with Lamar this season in 2026. 2-2 now. A couple of strikes called, and Wilbanks will call his timeout. Lamar this season, he had a 4.56 ERA, 25 2/3 innings, 17 scoreless outings for a Lamar team that finished 34-27 on the year. Made it all the way to the NCAA regional after losing the first game of the Southland Conference tournament against Stephen F. Austin, but then winning their next 6 games to win the tournament. They ended up getting swept, though, against Texas A&M and USC in their NCAA regional. 3-2 fouled back. Remains at a full count here with 1 out after the caught stealing of Lynn Scott by Harbison. 6-5 here in the 7th inning. Otters just clinging on to a 1-run lead. Another payoff is high for ball 4. Nice at bat for Wilbanks. He's having a good game today. He's having a very good game. He reaches for the second time. Put a man back on first with now 1 out for the bottom of the order, TJ Salvaggio. Salvaggio's reached twice, but he has not gotten a base hit yet. He's 0 for 2. Got hit by a pitch, reached on an error in the 6th inning. Ended up coming around to score after the Amani Jones 2-run homer. Back up here for the 4th time. There's a high fly ball into deep right field. Salvaggio, number 8, goes way out of here. 8th homer of the year, now leads the Otters. And some very nice insurance for Evansville as they take a 3-run lead here in the 7th. Well, it took a little bit of time for Salvaggio to get that first professional home run, but now he leads the team with 8. Shows you how good he's been playing so far in June. Speaking of playing good in June, Ponder, he's hitting over 400 in June. So far, though, he's 1 for 3 with a hit by pitch as well. That was 105 off the bat, 410 to the opposite field for Salvaggio. 2-0 already here to Ponder. The Otters have an 8-5 lead here in the 7th. Still every run scored today. All 13 of them have come via the home run. High fly ball into right field. Bobo, diving catch. What a play in right field from Brendan Bobo. Can always appreciate a good defensive play, and that was a great defensive play from Bobo out in right field. Is out number 2. True definition of a web gem out there in right field. You gotta respect it. You gotta respect it. 2 gone here in the 7th inning. Amani Jones homered in his last at-bat. First pitch is a little high for ball 1. So if this score holds, the Otters will finally end their 3-game losing streak after a couple of rainouts. Feels like it's been so long since we actually played a full game. Little inside, 2-0 to Jones. That 2-run homer has doubled Darden's earned runs this season from 2 to 4 with 1 swing. Into center field, Shaney felt a diving catch. No fly zone out there in the outfield for Florence. Back-to-back diving catches. Ends the inning, but a 2-run homer for TJ Salvaggio puts the Otters up by 3 heading to the stretch on the Otters Digital Network. bottom 7. Otters got 2 in the top half. David Eckes is in for the bottom half. He's going to face off against the bulk of the order, Blomqvist, Zeisler, and Bobo. Luckily, 2 of the 3 are lefties, which is why they brought Eckes in. And David Eckes is having a fantastic last few games. So that one's outside for ball 1. Eckes has lowered his ERA all the way to 2.93 now in 15 and a third. He's gotten 7 straight scoreless outings. The last run he's given up was on June 3rd against Mississippi. Last game out for Eckes was on the 24th against Joliet, through an inning and a third scoreless with 3 strikeouts, which tied his season high. There's a ground ball into left field for a base hit. Blomqvist leads off the 7th, the bottom half, with a single. Luckily for Eckes, it's a bigger lead rather than the one that he was originally supposed to come in with. It's now up to 3. A little bit of comfortability there. Zeisler is up, and he already has a 3-run homer today. 1 for 2, 3 RBIs, and a walk this game. Has not faced off against a lefty yet today. First pitch a little inside. 8 runs, 11 hits now for the Otters, as they just need 9 outs to get a victory here in game 1. One 0 just misses. Well, David Eckes, his first 2 games as a professional were against Florence. Scoreless inning on May 8th, but then gave up 3 earned. Didn't record an out on May 9th. Luckily, the Otters did end up winning both of those games. 2-1 here to Zeisler. Eckes facing off against 2 lefties here in Zeisler and Bobo, and just trying to get through that portion of the lineup before putting in the righties to try and close things out. 2-1 grounder past the dive of Jones into right field for a base hit. Back-to-back singles for Blomqvist and Zeisler, and that'll bring up the tying run in Brendan Bobo to the plate with nobody out. Still a chance to get out of this one here if we can get out number 1, maybe a double play. Not a great start here, though, in the bottom of the 7th inning. Nolan Thebe is in the bullpen, just in case things go a little wonky here for Eckes. First pitch is called a strike. Has a nice scoreless streak of 7 innings, but threatening here is Florence. 0-1. Little high and in. Bobo so far today, 1 for 3. Hit a single in his last at-bat in the 5th inning. Didn't advance farther than second base. Flew out to center, reached on a fielder's choice in his other 2 at-bats. 1-1. Swing and a miss. It's 1-2. Bobo representing the tying run here. Does have the team lead in homers with 9. 1-2. Got him swinging. Big strikeout for Eckes, and that's out number 1. Zade Richardson will have to wait. Max Peterson coming out and most likely will make the switch to Thebe, as they were just getting Eckes to go through the lefties in the lineup before putting in Thebe. So Eckes gets 1 out, but gives up 2 singles, and now Thebe will come in to try and limit the damage here from one high leverage arm to another. One lefty, one righty. Still 8-6 Otters, but Florence still threatening, as we'll take a break on the Otters Digital Network. Back at it here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Nolan Thebe into the game. 2.63 ERA in 27 and a third innings. 4-2 record. Has given up only 8 earned runs and will inherit 2 runners here. Looking at the bullpen stats here, Thebe has inherited 16 runners this season and has let only 5 of them score. So he's been doing a good job at getting the Otters pitching staff out of trouble. See if you can do it again here against Richardson. First pitch is called a strike. 2 games against Florence, one on opening day, was a part of that combined no-hitter. Threw 2 hitless innings, struck out 3. And then on May 9th, threw an inning, gave up an earned run, struck out a guy in that comeback victory. Called strike 2. It's getting a little darker out. Don't know if that's because of the clouds or hopefully we don't get some more rain. It's not ideal. Also pitched against Florence on May 17th. He threw 3 innings, which is still his season high. 3 scoreless with 3 strikeouts. 0-2. Grounder goes off of Blomquist, so he'll be called out. Might have been an accident, but would be beneficial for Florence because Salvaggio definitely would have turned that into 2. But instead, it's out number 2. They get the leadoff man. So still 2 on, 2 outs. I don't know how you put that in the scorebook, though. Fielder's choice, I guess, for Zade Richardson, even though Fielder really didn't choose anything. It just hit off of the runner. It's one of those things, man. It's one of those things. 2 outs, though. Thebe, 1 out away from getting out of things here in the bottom of the 7th inning. First pitch, grounder up the middle. Salvaggio tries to throw to first. It's going to get away from Pierce. Coming in from third is Blomquist. He'll score. And I think that's going to be a third error for the Otters as it's now 8-6. First run that has come in not from a home run. And another E6 brings in a run. 2-run game. As heading to third was Zeisler. I'll bring up Schoenfeld. Well, that inherited run does come in to score, but it's not going to be earned after the error. First pitch to Schoenfeld. A little high for ball one. One 0 pitch. Just outside. It's 2-0. Broussard at first. As Richardson over at third. He advanced on the air. I think I said it was Zeisler. Zeisler was the man that came in to score. Two 1 to Schoenfeld. Grounder over to second base. Jones will toss on to first for out number 3. So the Alls get one back, but they're still down 2. Otters lead at 8-6 as we head to the 8th on the Otters Digital Network. Eighth inning is brought to you by McMahon Exterminating. Remember who can help with all of your pest control needs. McMahon can. Otters lead at 8-6 here in the top of the 8th inning. The new pitcher into the game is the pitcher change brought to you by The Answer Auto Repair East. Find all your battery needs at The Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road, or give them a call at 812-4759-K. It's Max Whitesell doing the pitching now, as Nathan Darden is out of the game. So Whitesell is in to face the 3, 4, 5 guys in the order: Pierce, Castillo, and Robertson. Here in the 8th, as Pierce takes ball 1. Otters need 6 outs to get the victory here in game 1. High fly ball will go foul. 4.78 ERA and 26 1/3 for Whitesell this season. Little inside, 2-1. Last game for Whitesell was on the 20th against Joliet. He gave up 2 solo homers and earned the loss. So this is his only loss so far this season. There's a fly ball into deep right field. Going back is Bobo. It's gone! 4th homer of the day for the Otters, and Dennis Pierce has his 8th of the season. Back up 9-6. Evansville here in the 8th. Well, TJ Salvaggio had that home run lead for the team for an inning, and Pierce immediately ties it back up. He's got 8. Salvaggio's got 8. Good offensive day for the Otts today. Another hard hit ball into right field, but that one's going to be caught by Bobo for out number 1. Well, with that home run by Dennis Pierce, the Otters, now everybody in the starting lineup has a base hit today. Big fan of when that was happening back in Lake Erie on a day-to-day basis, and we're back at it here in Florence. Robertson has a base hit, a single in his last at-bat in the 6th inning. Overall, he's 1 for 3. A little outside. Well, the Otters now have their most home runs in a game this season with 4. They're getting a lot of barrels in this first game. We still got 7 more innings after this, by the way. Or hopefully the Otters can sweep a doubleheader. Done it twice already against Gateway and Windy City, back-to-back series. So why not do it here in Florence? Have a nice, happy little road series before we got to go back home and play Washington. That's going to be a big series. That is going to be a huge series. And luckily, it's at home where the Otters usually play their best brand of baseball. 2-2 is outside. Another full count here for Robertson. I feel like every at-bat he's had a full count. Payoff from Whitesell. High fly ball foul. Still remains at 3-2. Well, that's now the 3rd home run that Whitesell has given up in his last 2 appearances. He's given up a total of 4 now this season. Swing and a miss for strike 3. Robertson goes down by way of the K. Out number 2 here in the top of the 8th. Marcos Gonzalez is up. 2 for 4 so far today. A couple singles. Also has a strikeout and a ground out over to 3rd. A reminder that I think we're still playing the second game at 6:36 Eastern. So for all of you watching at Evansville, 5:36 Central Standard Time, which is in about an hour and a half, pretty much, from now. It'll be a shorter one, and then I think we will have our regularly scheduled 12:07 Central Time Game 3 tomorrow. Looks like Harbison is a little injured right now. He's getting a meeting with the trainer as well as Toby Hall coming out there. Not too sure what happened. It looked like a normal foul ball might have gotten a piece of him. Quick check, though. Harbison's back and ready to go. So a little bit of a delay there. Otters 4 runs in the 4th, 2 in the 6th, 2 in the 7th, and 1 in the 8th. Have put 9 across here in Game 1 of the series. 1-1 is outside. Whitesell from Dayton. He's 23 years old. He was with Ohio Dominican for 3 seasons in college. Spent his last year with Wright State, which is actually the same college that Garrett Simpson went to. Not at the same time, though. Was with Florence last season as well after that season. He had a 2.19 ERA, 24 2/3. Had one of his 2 losses that season against the Otters. That is crushed. Deep left center field. Homer number 5 is off the scoreboard. Marcos Gonzalez gets in on the fun. Another long ball, his fifth of the season, fifth of the day for Evansville, and it's 10-6. They're just getting everything. They're hitting everything right now. Their season high in homers was 3 in a game. They've now hit 5. Jones, Pierce, Gonzalez, Wilbanks, Salvaggio. All of them got long balls today. 2-0 already here to Linscott. Now, Linscott has 2 homers this season. That'll get past Harbison. 3-0. So now 4 homers in the last 2 appearances for Whitesell. He only gave up 1 home run last season again in 24 2/3 with Florence. 26 1/3. He's now given up 6. 3 of them against the Otters. Check swing, no go, and that's ball 4. So taking first base on the walk is Whitesell. Still nobody in the bullpen for Florence. And after the couple home runs hit, one of them by Cohen Wilbanks. The holder of the only Grand Slam of the year for the Otters. Hit back in the 4th inning. There's a fly ball. It'll get out of play foul. I think they're finally opening gates for the second game. It's Margaritaville night at Thomas More Stadium tonight. So maybe I will indulge. Maybe I will indulge. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Maybe we'll celebrate a victory. There's another fly ball into left field. Not deep enough, though, to get out of the yard. Making the catch is Tucker, and that's out number 3. Oh, a couple of solo shots from Dennis Pierce and Marcos Gonzalez. Put the Otters back up 4 for the first time since the 4th inning. As Thebe's back out there for the bottom of the 8th. 10-6 on the Otters digital network. Bottom of the 8th, the Otters lead it 10-6. They've now scored 2 runs in each of the last 3 innings offensively. On a 2-run homer, a 2-run homer, and 2 solo homers. That's been the story of this one. The long ball has been very crucial for the Otters today, and this is not a very solid home run hitting team. They don't hit too many home runs, and yet they have 5 today. Swing and a miss. Dylan Baker leading off. Baker, Harbison, and Tucker, 8-9-1 in the lineup. Fouled back. Quickly 0-2 here. Nolan Thebe back out there for another inning. Wouldn't be surprised if Thebe gets a 1-2-3 here. He'll get the ninth just to save Valdez and Serta, possibly for the game later tonight, if we are in a situation where we need high leverage arms. 0-2. There's a fly ball into left field. Castillo in and makes the... No, he doesn't. Almost had it. Had a little bit of a late start on it. As he started back, then came in, and the ball rolled out of his glove while he was rolling in the turf. That'll bring up Kyle Harbison. Almost a very nice defensive play from Castillo, but they just couldn't hold on to it. And on first in Baker after his second hit of the day. Harbison has a double, came around to score in the fifth inning, but overall 1 for 3 after a couple flyouts to right field. Baker over at first, 1 for 3 in stolen bases this season. Slow roller over to Jones, and he's not able to make the play. I think that's going to be called a single either way. It will be. So back-to-back singles. It's back-to-back innings offensively with back-to-back singles for Florence. They only brought in 1 run the last time they led off a inning with back-to-back singles. Definitely a bit of a scary situation here for the Otters. Those 2 solo homers are looking like very good insurance just in case things go wild here. First pitch to Tucker leading off. He's 0 for 4 today. Expecting the bunt. Dennis Pierce is over on the grass at first base, but didn't show bunt that time. It was called a strike. 0-1. Little outside. Fastball at 90. Tucker had an 0 for 5 on the 19th against Joliet. That is sandwiched in between 4 multi-hit games, including 3 for 6 on the 24th against Gateway. Good series for Florence against the Grizzlies. That's a grounder into left field for a base hit. Stopping at third is Baker. The bases are loaded with nobody out for Brett Blomquist. Florence is in slam range here. A grand slam ties the game up. So Blomquist is representing the tying run here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Otters have done a good job at pulling away from Florence all the way to the fact that they're now up 4 yet again. Joe Morrissey is in the bullpen for Evansville. Blomquist has a base hit in his last at-bat. First pitch called a strike. Blomquist overall 1 for 3 today. Has reached 3 times, though. Reached on an error in the 5th, came around to score, and then walked in the first inning along with the single. Both teams now at 13 hits, but the Otters winning in the run column by 4. Called strike 2. Could get a big out number 1 here, especially with Zeisler on deck. Zeisler's been hitting the ball well today. Oh, 2. Little inside, almost hit him. Nowhere to put him. If he hit him, a run would have come in. 1-2 now. Otters will easily take a double play here for a run coming in. 1-2. Another one inside. Blomquist this season, 25 RBIs, 8 homers. Includes 5 homers in his last 7 games, so he has a bit of a power stroke so far. And that hits him. That will bring in a run, make it 10-7, and now the go-ahead run is Hank Zeisler at the plate. So the first 2 balls called there were a little inside. That one way too inside, and Max Peterson will come out, probably make the switch here. So Thebe's going to get taken out of the game. Joe Morrissey will get put in a very high leverage situation here. Bases loaded, nobody out, 10-7 now as we'll take a quick break on the Otters digital network. Still here in the bottom of the 8th, 10-7 now. The Otters have a 3-run lead. The tying run is at first. Brett Blomquist got hit by a pitch that brought a run in from third. And Nolan Thebe's out of the game. Every runner on is the responsibility of him. As Morrissey comes into the game inheriting 3 runners. And the best hitter on the team coming up, Hank Zeisler, has 2 hits already in his last 2 at-bats. He had a 3-run homer already in the 5th inning. Has a single, came around to score in the 7th. Scary situation here for the Otters, even if they are still up 3. First pitch outside. Joe Morrissey is the new pitcher into the game. Morrissey so far has a 2.61 ERA in 10 1/3 innings. He's been doing good in high leverage, but this is about as high leverage as you can get. Called a strike, it's 1-1 to Zeisler. Harbison at third, Tucker at second, Blomquist at first. Still nobody out here in the bottom of the 8th with a run already in. 1-1's fouled back, it's 1-2. And Morrissey's coming in to face a couple lefties to start off as well. In Zeisler, then Bobo. Chance to get a big out number 1 here. Morrissey kicks and fires the 1-2. Another one fouled out, inside out swing off to the left side. We'll do it again at 1-2. Another 1-2 from Morrissey. Got him swinging. Great strikeout for Morrissey out of the pen. His first of the day, and that's a big out, number 1 for the Otters. Doesn't really get any easier, though. Brendan Bobo is up 1 for 4 today. He has a single in the 5th inning. It's still always dangerous in terms of the hitting department, though a grounder could end the inning here onto the double play. First pitch called a strike. 72 on the curveball. Hits the zone right at the higher half on the left side. 0-1. Swung on and missed. It's 0-2. Strike out Bobo here. Could be in a little bit more of a relaxing spot. 2 outs with Zaid up. 0-2 in the turf. Already has a strikeout today in his last at-bat for Bobo. Strikes out a lot, 40 of them, compared to 19 walks. 1-2. Grounder to first. That is a foul ball. That one was just foul. If it was fair, it would have gotten out number 2, but a run would have come in to score. But now base is still loaded with 1 out. That could be a blessing or a curse for Bobo. We will stay at 1-2 here. Morrissey, very first base side of the rubber, trying to get out of this huge jam. 1-2. Another grounder foul. Well, Bobo's making things interesting. It's becoming a little bit more of a battle here. Meanwhile, Joliet has scored 4 in the first inning against Washington. Oh, man. That's the only other game that's going on right now. Clouds are really getting darker today. 1-2. Yet again to Bobo. Right at third. Throw to second. Morrissey gets out of it. Beautiful sequence on the defensive side for the Otters. And they still lead it by 3, 10-7. As Joe Morrissey, what a performance. We hit the 9th, 10-7 Otts. Top of the ninth, we have a new pitcher into the game for Florence. That was a crazy bottom of the eighth inning, but we do have Junior Serta in the bullpen. So unless we get a couple more runs across here, might possibly be Serta time for the bottom half. That's we're going a little too far into the future, though. Right now, Otters are up 10-7. Top of the ninth, it's TJ Salvaggio leading off 9-1-2 against the new pitcher, who is Jet Lotus. New in terms of on the mound and new in terms of on the team, as he just got activated off of the inactive list. He's been on the inactive list this season, was with Florence last year. But this is his first game of 2026. 2-0. Salvaggio has one of the 5 homers. He hit a 2-run shot, no doubter, over the wall in right field, both of them. Called a strike. Lotus played at Oklahoma, so I'm sure he's happy with the results of the College World Series. He was actually teammates with Blake Robertson. Swung on and missed 2-2. So if we get to B-Rob, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If we get 6 batters in, we'll see a couple of college teammates facing off against each other from that 2022 season in which Oklahoma made it to the College World Series Championship Series. Grounder to second. Nice play on a hop by Blomquist. He'll throw to first for out number 1. Well, last season for Lotus, he was with Florence. He had a 5.12 ERA, 31 2/3 innings. 24 walks compared to 24 strikeouts, so we'll see if the walks are a bit of an issue for him. So far, he's gotten the first guy out. Back to the top of the order, John Ponder. Very interesting delivery from Lotus. It's a bit of a interesting sidearm. Reminds me of a certain MLB guy that I can't put my finger on. But it reminds me of somebody. That doesn't really help in the search of who that is, but reminds me of somebody in the league. Oklahoma 2024, 4.80 ERA in 30 innings. Was an NCAA Norman Regional All-Tournament team selection in 2024 after going 7 innings, striking out 7 batters, allowing 1 run against UConn in the regional. Fouled away. Still 2-2 here against Pond. There's nobody up in the suites, so nobody can grab that foul ball. That's brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best, never regret it. Another 2-2 from Lotus to Ponder. And another foul ball, this time back to the netting. Lotus's first season in pro ball was in the Atlantic League with the Lexington Legends. 4.55 ERA, 27 2/3 there. Before coming to Florence for 2025, and now here in 2026. Outside, it's ball 3. Good at bat here for Ponder. Payoff. Ground ball over to second. Blomquist again. Throw it on to first, and that's out number 2. Couple grounders to Blomquist for the first 2 outs in the top of the 9th. That'll bring up Amani Jones. 2 for 5. Has a 2-run homer, though, in the 6th inning. Just for everybody who's just joining, which, why are you just joining? It's the 9th inning. Otters have 5 home runs, which is a season high. 10 runs, 13 hits, 3 errors. They've scored 2 runs in each of the last 3 offensive innings, including 4 now in the 4th as well on the grand slam from Cohen Wilbanks. This score holds, they'll move to 26-16 and end that 3-game skid. And we're going to play another one in about an hour. Little high, it's 2-1. It's a big win here for the Otters, especially considering the fact that Florence is 3 games back of the Otters in the division. It's going to be 4 games, hopefully, if we winning this game, it'll be 4, but then it'll be back to 3 if Florence wins game 2, but that's still in the future. 3-1, and that straightens up Amani Jones. It'll be ball 4, and he'll take first on the walk. Dennis Pierce. Take ball 1. Runner on first and Jones, 2 outs, outside for ball 2 against Pierce. Not able to locate right now is Lotus, and that'll bring out Toby Hall. Lotus trying to finish out the inning here. But it was a good start to the outing for Lotus, but he has walked Amani Jones on 5 pitches, and then now is 2-0 here against Dennis Pierce. Pierce has one of the 5 home runs today for the Otters. Solo shot in his last at-bat in the 8th inning. Otherwise, only 1 for 4, 2 flyouts to center and a strikeout, as well as a hit by pitch. A little bit of a longer mound visit there. Timer ran out on the pitch clock. Still 4-0 here in the 2nd inning with Joliet and Washington. Joliet scored 4 in the first off of Esteban Rodriguez, who is a new addition to the squad for Washington because they got a couple of their pitchers getting their contracts purchased, which is good because you don't want them to face the Otters. They're very good at what they do, so it's nice that they're doing that right before they play the Otters at home. 3-0 now against Pierce. Walk would put 2 on with 2 outs for LG Castillo. Called a strike. It's 3-1. The back-to-back walks for Lotus will put 2 on with 2 outs for LG. 5th walk for Florence pitching. Overall, 9th free pass after 4 hit by pitches as well. See if we can extend the lead a little bit. Might not even need Serta. Save him for game 2. If need be. Still out there warming, just in case. First pitch called a strike, though, against LG. 0-1. Swing and a miss. LG is 2 for 5 so far today. 2 singles. The Otters still have their 13 hits have only consisted of homers and singles. Not a big fan of the double today. We don't triple ever. We have 1 triple this season. LG strikes out on 3 pitches. First strikeout of the season for Lotus in his first outing. 10-7. And it is Serta time. Heading to the bottom of the 9th on the Otters Digital Network. Bottom 9, Junior Serta is into the game to try and finish things off for the Otters. He's got a 3-run lead to work with as he will face off against Zade Richardson, Garrett Broussard, Tyler Sheney-Felt to lead off the bottom of the 9th. The Otters looking to win the first game of this series and extend their season series lead to 5-2. Mentioned previously, if the Otters sweep this series, they win the season series against Florence, which would be very crucial in a playoff push. And so far, off to a good start. Serta has 8 saves on the year. First pitch is low and away for ball 1. 3 ERA, 15 innings pitched, 5 earned runs. One of those was against Mississippi. He gave up 2 runs, 1 earned in an inning on the 20th, but still managed to pitch the ball very well, as it's a foul ball down the third base line for Richardson. Richardson so far is 0 for 4 today. Swing and a miss, and it's 1-2. Zade will call his timeout. Otters have 6 strikeouts as a pitching staff compared to only 2 walks. Otters aren't necessarily a walking team. They 16th out of 18 teams in with the most walks. So they're very good at locating. Called strike 3. Good start for Serta. That's out number 1. Fly ball, center field. Ponder is under it, and he'll make the catch for out number 2. I think Serta will get the save here. Solid 2 innings. 2 outs. Sheney-Felt is up. Last chance here for Florence in game 1 of the day. Called a strike. Oh, 1 to Sheney-Felt is a little outside. Serta looking to get a 1-2-3 frame. A few of his save attempts have been rather scary, just allowing base runners to reach, but it's been smooth sailing right now through 2 batters for him. 1-1. Called strike 2. Florence now down to their last strike. After the 3-game losing streak, it seems as though the Otters offense is back and running. Both teams had to use a good amount of pitchers, though, in the process. So we'll see how much availability we have here for the 7-inning game 2. Grounder to third. Gonzalez throw to first is bobbled by Pierce. So Sheney-Felt will reach. Might be an infield single. It will be. So another opportunity here for Florence. Dylan Baker is up. Well, now as the Otters are being out-hit by Florence, this will be their first win when getting out-hit this season if they pull it off. First pitch to Baker's called a strike. Now, Dylan Baker so far is 2 for 4. inside. Check swing was a no-go. Makes it 1-1. He has two singles. Singled in the last inning. The eighth came around to score on the hit by pitch by Blomqvist. It's been a very high-scoring affair here in game 1 of 3. 1-1. Another one inside. It might have looked like it was close to skimming the jersey there. Two one, 2 outs. Schoenfeld might as well take second base. Oh, that hits Baker. So 2 on now. And now Harbison is the tying run up to the dish. Well, Serta had a very easy job getting Richardson and Broussard out. It's been a little harder for Schoenfeld and Baker. And now it's Harbison. Got to get him out before we get back to the top of the order. First pitch from Serta. Fouled back to the netting. It's 0-1. Harbison only has one homer this season. Now in his 19th game. So far he's 2 for 4. Hit a double in the 5th. Came around to score. Singled in the 8th. A couple flyouts to right field as well. 0-1. Is called strike 2. 94 hits the lower half. Florence down to their last strike yet again. See what happens this time. 0-2. Just outside, a little high for ball 1. 95. Gotta let the at-bat slip away here. 1-2 with 2 outs. A little outside. Makes it 2-2. Schoenfeld singled, advanced to second on the hit by pitch by Baker. He's at first. 1 strike away from a victory. Two. Check swing. Did not go. It's ball 3. Walk will load the bases for Tucker. Full count with 2 outs. Both runners are going to get head starts here. Payoff pitch from Serta is outside for ball 4. So a walk will load the bases, and now the go-ahead run is at the plate in Jackson Tucker. Another scary situation here for Serta, allowing base runners. Max Peterson's going to come out there and join Will Banks and Serta on the mound. Jackson Tucker is 1 for 5 so far today. As we are back at the top of the lineup for the 6th time. First 2 outs were recorded with relative ease, but since then it's been a single, a hit by pitch, and a walk. As Serta is now unable to locate. There's going to be a pinch runner over at first base. Looks like Marcus Brodell will come in. And Brodell will come in for Harbison. So now it's Schoenfeld at third, Baker at second, Brodell at first. Jackson Tucker. First pitch, called a strike. Serta's been able to get that 2-strike count relatively easily. It's been after that that has been sort of the issue for him, at least today. Brodell 2 for 2 on stolen bases. He's kind of blocked there, though. Tucker has a single in his last at bat. Otherwise, a couple flyouts, a ground out, and a strikeout looking. So that's called a ball. It's 1-1. One is outside for ball 2. Serta still not doing the best at locating here. Nowhere to put him with the bases loaded. Walk brings in the 8th run, and we'll give Blomquist a chance. 2-1. Swing and a miss. It's 2-2. Otters. 1 strike away yet again. Florence down to their last strike for the 3rd time today. They keep on battling, though. 2-2, 2 outs. Serta's 2-2 pitch is strike 3. That was scary for a little bit, but Serta ends up striking out Tucker to end the inning, leaving the bases loaded, and the Otters win Game 1 of the series by a final score of 10-7. Junior Serta picks up his 9th save of the year. The Otters rise to 26-15, 11 games over 500 as they take the suspended game from yesterday. It was a roller coaster, that is for sure. The Otters struck first. Grand slam from Cohen Wilbanks made it 4-0. And then 5 unanswered for Florence, which included a 2-run homer for Schoenfeld, a 3-run homer for Zeisler. And the Otters struck back yet again, 2 in the 6th, 2 in the 7th on back-to-back 2-run homers by Amani Jones in the 6th and TJ Salvaggio in the 7th. 2 solo homers in the 8th made it 10-6, and the bullpen was able to ease the damage enough to where the Otters picked up the victory. We can all breathe. We can all breathe. We can all breathe. We are fine. we are okay. We are okay. Well, we'll be back in about 40 minutes for Game 2. It's a 7-inning game between the Otters and the Yalls. Well, the Otters take Game 1 10-7. They finish with 10 runs, 13 hits, 3 errors. On the other side for Florence, 7 runs, 14 hits, 1 error. Both teams left 12 runners on base. It was a very good offensive day for both sides, but the Otters, for the first time this season, have won a game while getting out hit. And we'll leave all of you with that. For everybody here with Florence, I guess, here at Thomas More Stadium, I'm Evan Patoka. Don't go away. We'll be back for Game 2 at 6:30 on the Otters Digital Network. Well, we are back after a break in between games. Back at it here for game 2 of 2 today and game 2 of 3 in the series between the Florence Yalls and the Evansville Otters. It's sunny. Hopefully, it stays that way for a little bit as we try to avoid the rain. Rain's the reason why we are playing 2 games today in the first place. But it's looking likely that we will get through this one. I hope. Otters ended up winning the first game earlier. If you're just joining us, hi, my name's Evan Patoka, and we are through 8 of what is 15 innings of baseball today. The Otters ended up winning 10-7 after 3 straight innings with 2 runs scored in the 6th, 7th, and 8th innings. Put him over the top. Junior Serta came in for the 9th, got his 9th save. It was a little scary. The Yalls had the bases loaded with 1 out, and it was looking a little shaky, but Serta ended up getting the job done. Got his 9th save of the year, and now we're here. Getting the win in that game was Garrett Simpson. Getting the loss was Chase Hopewell. Serta getting his 9th save. The Otters, it was their first win. They're now 1-10 when getting out hit by their opponent. Each team managed to leave 12 on base, so it was just a lot of offense in total. The 17 runs, it could have been a lot more if the left on base numbers weren't as high. But either way, Otters win game 1 of the series. They're up to 26-15 now, 1.5 games back of Washington. We'll see what happens here in game 2, if that changes or not. But nice to at least have game 1 as a victory. So if game 2 is a loss, it doesn't hurt as much. But definitely want to get the win in game 2. It's a 7-inning game, as we're going to start probably a little late, if we're being real. We still haven't done the national anthem yet. But our pitching matchup in this game is going to be Casey Bargo on one side. He's pitching first for Florence. Bargo has an 8.10 ERA in 30 innings pitched so far this season. On the other side, Dylan Zentko will get the start for the Otters. He's usually the guy that the Otters put in long relief. And because Wiltsey got his start cut short, it's going to be Zentko getting the start here in Game 2 in the shortened 7-inning game. We'll see how far he goes in this one. But the Otters have decent amount of bullpen depth. They still have Dawil Almonte, Anthony Tomczak, Andrew Garcia, Alex Valdez that didn't pitch in Game 1 of the series, so still have a lot of depth. On the other side, it is still good depth as well for Florence. They have McAvoy, they have Logan Jones, they have Harajli, they have Travis Phelps. It's only 7 innings as well, so we'll see what happens. But have the national anthem here in Game 2 on Margaritaville night. We'll take a quick break on the Otters Digital Network. Ready to go here in Game 2 of 2 from Thomas More Stadium. Game 2 of 3 in the series. Casey Bargo stepping on the mound. Let's take a look at the defense for first for the Otters, as well as the lineup. It is John Ponder leading off with Amani Jones behind him. It's LG Castillo hitting third, doing the DHing. Blake Robertson's at first in the cleanup spot. Marcos Gonzalez and Sam Linscott behind him at third and right field, respectively. Mark Black is catching for the first time in I don't know how long. JJ Cruz is in left field batting 8th, and TJ Salvaggio bats 9th. At shortstop, there's a interesting looking piece of headgear right there. It is Margaritaville though, so we can't really hate. It goes with the theme, that's for sure. Casey Bargo, 8.10 ERA. In 30 innings, he has had 3 starts so far this season. Bargo he's been interesting, to say the least, so far this season. His first start with the Yalls was on the 9th against New Jersey. He threw 4 innings, gave up 4 earned runs, 5 walks, 4 strikeouts. But then he pitched very well through 7 innings, gave up 2 earned against Gateway on the 14th, struck out 10 en route to the victory. And then on the 20th against Joliet, gave up 6 runs, 4 of them earned, 3 walks, and a strikeout. We'll take a look at the Yalls lineup and defense. Tyler Schoenfeld leads it off. He's in center field. Brett Blomquist at second, batting second. Hank Zeisler bats third. Brennan Bobo is fourth in first base and right field, just like they were in Game 1. Zade Richardson is the DH with Garrett Broussard behind him at third base. Brodell is in left field. Dylan Baker's back at short, and Zach Beadle's doing the catching for Casey Bargo. So game 2 of 2 is a 7-inning contest as John Ponder will step up to the dish for his first at-bat in this second game. First pitch from Bargo is called a strike. Starting at 6:44 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Shout out to everybody watching from Evansville. 5:44 Central Time over there. Oh. That was interesting. Bargo just kind of fell off the mound and did not throw the pitch. So pitch clock violation as well will turn it to 1-1. Interesting start to the game. That's for sure. 1-1 is called a strike. Ponder went 1 for 5 in the first game. Ended up getting himself a base hit. Otherwise, got hit by a pitch as well. Flew out a couple times, grounded out, and struck out. He strikes out here. First K of the day for Bargo, and that's out number 1 to lead off the top of the first inning. Well, Bargo stands at 6'8", 27 years old, from Corbin, Kentucky. First pitch to Jones is called a strike. Monty hit one of the 5 home runs that the Otters hit in game 1 of the series. 5 home runs, a season high. They didn't have more than 3 in a game before this. 0-1 to Jones. A little high. Oh, re-looking at the Y'all's defense, Zach Beadle is catching, giving Harbison that second game off. Jackson Tucker is also not in the lineup after starting game 1. On the other side for the Otters, Dennis Pierce is getting the game off today. Called a strike. 1-2 to Jones. Logan Brown has not played yet in either of these games. Cone Wilbank's getting this game off as well. He hit his first homer of the season, and it was the grand slam. Grounder down the third base line. It's a fair ball. That's going to get all the way into the left field corner. Amani Jones heads into second base, and he has a 1-out double in the top of the first. Great opposite field hitting from Amani Jones. Just got that one right of the line. There's Bargo's stats. He has a 1.87 whip, 21 walks compared to 34 strikeouts. Spent the first part of the season with the Brockton Rocks. That was mostly coming out of the bullpen. He's gotten some starts now here with Florence. Traded to Florence. Ended up signing on June 9th. First pitch a little inside to LG Castillo. Well, the last outing that Bargo had with Brockton, he gave up 9 earned runs in 3 2/3. 9 hits, 9 earned, 2 homers, 3 walks, and 5 strikeouts. Overall, he has a 1-1 record. That one loss coming on May 17th against Ottawa. Also gave up 7 hits, 5 earned, and 3 1/3 against Tri-City back on May 27th. A couple of very off and on starts there. Grounder over to third. Broussard will throw to first in time for out number 2. Well, with Margaritaville night here at Thomas More Stadium, there are specialty jerseys for Florence, and I think, honestly, if we're being completely real here, I think they look pretty nice. I do like them. There aren't too many specialty jerseys that I don't like. in terms of what goes on in the league. I'm not sure if anybody saw on Instagram or any sort of social media, but the Dunedin Blue Jays did a weather delay jersey. And I feel as though with all the rain we've gotten this week, we should make those. We just need a jersey that has just a bunch of rain. Maybe that storm that happened last week. Bargo walks over to get a new baseball. Blake Robertson at a 2-0 count here with 2 outs. Runner on second and Jones. Otters trying to strike first here in the top of the first inning. Two less innings here, so you gotta score early. Big swing and a miss for strike one. Robertson went 1 for 4, walked and struck out twice in the earlier game. Two one. Little high and away, ball 3. 92-93 on the fastball for Bargo. This is his second season in the Frontier League. He did not play in 2025. 2024, he was with Brockton, but he was with Brockton when they were called the New England Knockouts. It was their first year in the league. That's ball 4, as Robertson will take the walk. First walk issued by Bargo, and that'll put 2 on with 2 outs for Marcos Gonzalez. Marcos had one of the 5 homers. He ended up going 3 for 5 in that game. Seemed as though it was a little bit of a quiet 3 for 5 for Gonzalez, but that's kind of how Marcos is offensively. He gets stuff done, but you don't really see it you don't notice it until you see it on the stat sheet. Is what I'm trying to say. Very good hitter, that's for sure. Oh, 1. 2 on, 2 outs here in the top of the first. No score. A little outside. In terms of the umpires, Will Naleski's behind the plate now calling the balls and strikes with Akira Gawk at first and Miguel Rivera Cruz at third. The 1-1. Robertson a very big lead off of first. A little low, it's 2-1. Walks have been an issue for Bargo. With the knockouts in 2024, he had a 7.49 ERA and 33 2/3. He had an 0-5 record. Walked 28, struck out 32. Fouled back to the board, it's 2-2. 27 years old from Corbin, Kentucky. Corbin, a little bit near the Kentucky-Tennessee border, a little bit north of Knoxville. 2-2. Popped up foul. It's going to get out of play. Look out, concourse. It made a very nice bounce over to somebody in the suites to the right of us. Foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best, never regret it. Gonna have to do all the inning reads again, by the way. So just to forewarn you, it's gonna happen. Another 2-2 fly ball into right field. Bobo is under it, and he will make the catch for out number 3. Double from Jones, walk from Robertson. Neither of them come around to score, though, as we head to the bottom of the first. No score on the Otters Digital Network. First inning is brought to you by the Mesker Park Zoo and Botanical Garden. The All-Star, I don't know what he's up to. Visit the Mesker Park Zoo at 1545 Mesker Park Drive in Evansville, Indiana. Dylan Zenko's the starter. He has a 2.61 ERA in 10 1/3 innings. 5 walks compared to 11 strikeouts. He's been the main long reliever for the Otters. Through 2 innings, gave up a run, struck out 3. It was a solo homer against Mississippi in his last outing back on the 21st. But his 2 longest relief innings, or outings, 3 scoreless against Lake Erie on the 17th, 3 1/3 scoreless against Schaumburg on the 13th. So he's getting the nod here as the quote-unquote starter for this game. He's facing off against a lefty to start here. Schoenfeld is the leadoff man. He was batting a little bit lower in the lineup before with Tucker in the leadoff spot, but now he is number 1. First pitch called a strike. Zenko has given up only 8 hits, 3 earned runs this season. One of the 2 lefties that the Otters have. We saw David Eckes in game 1. A little low. It's 1-1. Schoenfeld ended up going 2 for 5, hit his first out of the park home run. He's hit both of his home runs against the Otters. One of them was that inside the park grand slam. He's got 2 of them now, and both of them are against Evansville. Luckily, the Otters won that game because when he hit the inside the park grand slam, the Otters did not win that game. They lost 13-6. 2-1. Is called a strike. High half of the zone makes it 2-2. Schoenfeld now 8 for 24 against the Otters this season after his 2 for 5. 2 homers, 8 RBIs. Only hitting .250 though. Game number 35 for him. Two from Zenko. Swung on and missed, strike 3. So the top of the first and the bottom of the first start with strikeouts. As that's the first out, it'll bring up Brett Blomquist. You can get a little bit of a closer look there at the Margaritaville jersey. Numbers are in that sunset gradient with the palm trees. A little nice resort theme for him. First pitch was a ball to Blomquist. 1 for 3, drove in a run on a hit by pitch with the bases loaded. Called a strike, it's 1-1. Blomquist, North Greenville, last season hit .398, 82 hits in 55 games. 15 doubles, 7 homers, 46 RBIs. As he flies one out into left field, J.J. Cruz has a long way to go, but he'll run it down and make the catch for out number 2. That was Castillo out there in left field in the first game, and now Castillo's DHing. Give Cruz a chance to get out there in left field and get some playing time. Mark Black catching, which we have not seen in quite a long time. Only the second game, actually, this season that Mark Black has caught. So, shows you how much he has been catching this season. Not at all. I guess they want to give Logan Brown the entire day off. And we do technically have 3 catchers, so might as well put him in there. Does show the versatility of Mark Black as a defender. He plays a good outfield and can also catch if we really need him to. 2-0 here to Zeisler. It's in the turf, makes it 3-0. Zeisler hit a 3-run homer in the first game. That ended up putting Florence on top 5-4 at the time. The Otters outscored Florence 6-2 in the following frames. 3-0 is high for ball 4. So Zeisler walks. Reaches already in his first at bat, and that'll bring up Brendan Bobo. Well, 3 lefties in the top 4 of the lineup for Florence, as well as Marcus Brodell. 4 lefties in the lineup for game 2 against the lefty starter. Interesting choice from Toby Hall as Bobo swings through strike 1. Runner on first and Zeisler, 2 outs. No score here in the bottom of the first inning. Grounder, diving stop at first by Robertson. He'll tag the bag for out number 3. Great play at first by Blake Robertson. As we will head to the second inning, no score on the Otters Digital Network. Second innings brought to you by J.E. Shekel Armor Protection. Founded in 1978, J.E. Shekel is the Tri-State's premier residential, commercial, industrial service and construction company. We got a couple of parrot hats in the ballpark. I wonder if they're selling them. Honestly, if they're selling them, I might buy one. Is it a good financial decision? Absolutely not. Does it look cool? A little bit. A little bit. Sam Linscott leads off the second inning. Linscott, Mark Black, J.J. Cruz, the 6, 7, 8 guys here in the second inning against Bargo, who threw a scoreless first. Both starters ended up walking a guy and striking out a guy in a scoreless frame. First pitch to Linscott is called a strike. 1 for 3 for Linscott. Scored a run, walked, struck out. 337 average coming into this one. 2 homers, 12 RBIs on the season. Little low, it's 1-1. Scott came over to the Otters from Lincoln, the Salt Dogs in the American Association. Signed back on May 22nd. Game number 26. Fights one off and bloops one into right field for a base hit. A little bit of a jam shot there, but it pays off in Lynn Scott's favor as he leads off the second inning with a base hit. That'll bring up Mark Black. Mark Black Hitting at a 214 coming into this one, his 25th game, 2 homers, 13 RBIs, and he is the strikeout batter for the Beer. Swings and misses for strike one. Last game for Mark Black went 0 for 3 on the 24th against Joliet. Currently is 0 for his last 7 in his last 2 games. Shows bunt, pops it up, and not able to make the catch at third is Broussard. Very valiant effort, though, from him. Thought he had it, but it just fell out of his glove. 0-2 now to Mark Black. Linscott over at first. He actually got caught stealing in the first game as well. So now he's 6 of 8. Oh, 2. Another one fought off, and a great leaping grab it short by Baker. Linscott fell down trying to get back to first, but he still makes it back there safely. That was a great play by Dylan Baker. Leaping up into the air to grab that one. Almost had another lucky base hit for the Otters, but fortunately it gets robbed. The Yalls have played a very, very outstanding style of defense today. Both games. We saw a diving catch in right field from Brendan Bobo. We saw a diving catch in center field from Tyler Schoenfeld. And then that play. A few web gems for Florence today. First pitch was a ball to J.J. Cruz. Throw back to first is not in time. Zeisler over there covering Linscott. 1-0. Little outside for ball 2. J.J. Cruz hitting 228 in his 23rd game. Has a home run. Only one on the year. Fouled back. Oh, that made a very loud noise where it landed, wherever that was. J.J. Cruz has 1 homer. That homer was on May 9th. That was against Florence, though. Might see if we can get another Cruz missile here. Fly ball into center field, not going to have the distance. Shaney Felt will make the grab, as heading back to first is Linscott. 2 outs now with a man on first. That'll bring up TJ Salvaggio. Salvaggio went 1 for 4. His one hit, though, was a 2-run homer. That was a no-doubter to the opposite field. Went over the Writers Automotive sign out there in right field. Next to the left of the scoreboard out there. First pitch. This is for ball 1. A little bit inside. Two hits already for the Otters today. Double from Amani Jones, single from Linscott. Still standing there on first. So that one's called a strike. Makes it 1-1. Salvaggio's reached base now in 11 straight games. That's after an 11-game hitting streak, which is now tied for his season high. 11 straight games reaching, or the 11-game hitting streak was from May 27th to June 9th. That was a time where he had exactly 1 hit in 8 straight games in the middle of that hitting streak. He's got 4 3-hit games. One of them was against Florence back on the 8th of May. He also has a game against Florence in which he struck out 4 times. Grounder up the middle into center field for a base hit. Well, the on-base streak will reach 12 games as back-to-back singles have runners at first and second with 2 outs. And that'll bring up the best 2-out hitter on the team in John Ponder. He leads the team in 2-out RBIs with 16. Struck out swinging to start the game. It's been the only strikeout for Bargo today. First pitch a little inside for ball 1. So Ponder, 33 RBIs. So almost half of his RBIs this season have come with 2 outs. 1-0 from Bargo. Grounder to short, snagged by Baker. Throw to second is out number 3. And the Otters have a couple of guys on, but aren't able to score them yet again here as we stay scoreless heading to the bottom of the second on the Otters Digital Network. Bottom 2 here from Thomas More Stadium. No score between the Otters and the Yalls. Otters have had 4 batters reach base. None of them have come around to score quite yet. It'll be Zade Richardson, Garrett Broussard, Marcus Brodell, the top 3 leading off in the bottom of the second against Dylan Zenko, who threw a scoreless first inning with a strikeout of Schoenfeld. First pitch from Zenko. Popped up foul. Foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best, never regret it. Makes another very loud noise. Something above us that is just made of some sort of metal that just makes so much noise. 0-1. Swung on and missed, and it's 0-2. Zenko was at Murray State this past season. A few years there after spending a few years at Olney Central College. Also played in the Prospect League for a couple seasons with the Terre Haute Rex. He's from a town very close to Terre Haute called Brazil. Fly ball, shallow right field. That'll drop in for a base hit. Richardson will get a very lucky single as that one just drops in fair. And Zade has his first hit of the day today. Now 1 for 6. Thought that one was veering foul with the way Robertson was running, but yeah, it did end up dropping in fair ground, right into no man's land right there. In between Lynn Scott Jones and Robertson. Perfect placement from Zade. Give him 100 tries, he probably wouldn't be able to recreate that. First pitch to Broussard. Called a strike. Broussard, third season in the Frontier League, was with Windy City the past 2 years. Hit 186 last year. Now, luckily, he's hitting the ball a lot better this year with Florence. 311. Little high, it's 1-1. Matter of fact, he now has as many hits this season as he did last year in pretty much half the games. Came into today's doubleheader 46 of 148. Went 46 of 247 last year with Windy City. A little low makes it 2-1. Broussard had a 3-hit game in the early game today, so he has surpassed that now. 49 of 153. 2-1. High fly ball into left field. J.J. Cruz has a read on it. He'll make the catch, and that's out number 1. Broussard just got a little under that one, and it's the first out. Marcus Brodell came into the game earlier as a pinch runner, ended up not scoring because Serta did finally, after giving up a few runners, got out of that one with the save. It's a little scary, not going to lie. A little frightening, but got the job done. And the Otters got the win in the early game. First pitch called a strike to Brodell. Brodell's hitting at a .232. 19 hits now in his 25th game. His 4 homers, 20 RBIs. His last game was on the 24th against Gateway. He went 1 for 4, drove in a run, and walked. Still has that runner on first with 1 out. Grounder foul down the first base line. Brodell was at USF, the University of Southern Florida, for all 4 years of his collegiate career, including last year in which he hit .330 in 56 games. A very good season with USF. I keep wanting to say UCF, but it's South Florida, not Central. There's a base hit into right field. Richardson will take the turn at second base. He'll try for third. And he will get in there easily as the single from Brodell puts runners at the corners with 1 out. First and third, 1 out. Max Peterson will come out. Nobody's warming in the bullpen, so no switch here this early, but just to have a chat about how to face off here against Baker. Baker had a very good week a couple weeks back, in which he had a homer in 3 straight games. All of them were against Gateway. He had a fantastic series against Gateway, and they were fighting for him to get Frontier League Player of the Week. Fortunately, it didn't happen for him. He had a game, though, on June 14th against Gateway. He went 3 for 4, hit 3 homers, drove in 8 runs. In that series against Gateway, the June 12th through the 14th series, he ended up driving in 13 runs. Which put his homer total to eight and his RBI total to 31. First pitch from Zentko's fouled back to the netting. It's 0-1. Baker had a 2 for 4 day in the first game today. Scored a run. Chance to bring in the first run of the day here in game 2. 0-1 from Zentko. Swing and a miss. Well, even with that monster week against Gateway, he is hitting .256 now in 37 games. Mainly because he has done a lot of striking out. 16 walks compared to 43 strikeouts. First time in 5 games earlier today where he didn't strike out. A good opportunity here for Zentko to get out number 2. 0-2 pitch, though, is in the turf. Makes it 1-2. Brodell on first. 2 for 2 on stolen bases, so doesn't run too much, but has been perfect so far through 2 attempts. Did come in as a pinch runner, so we know he does have some speed. 1-2. Another one in the turf. 2-2. Walk would load the bases for Zach Beadle, who we have not seen yet in this series. Zade Richardson on third, 90 feet away from that first run. 2-2 from Zentko. Runner goes. There's a fly ball that is going to drop in for a base hit. Richardson will come in from third. And the RBI single from Dylan Baker puts Florence on top 1-0 here in the second inning. Well, J.J. Cruz was playing very back there, and so he just let that one drop in front of him. Ended up scoring Richardson from third. Still 2 on, first and second with 1 out, but Florence with the 1-0 advantage. Zach Beadle. Foul tip into the glove for strike 1. Beadle, first game of the series. His last game was on the 20th against Joliet. He went 2 for 3 with a walk. Overall, 19th game, he's hitting .258, 16 of 62. No homers, 8 RBIs on the year. Little low and away, makes it 1-1. Versus the Otters in May, he went 6 for 17, drove in 2 runs, struck out 6 times. One is called a strike. Higher half of the zone there makes it 1-2. Beadle, like Broussard, also came from the Windy City Thunderbolts. Two-one. Another one in the turf. Good defense behind the dish for Mark Black so far, as he's had to block a lot of pitches in the dirt so far today. 2-2. Scoreboard says 3-1. And 2-2. Here's the pitch from Zentko. Mark Black tried to frame it, but it was a little outside. It's a full count now. Walk would load the bases for Schoenfeld at the top of the order. Right now it's Brodell on second with Dylan Baker at first after his RBI single. Breaks the scoreless tie. High fly ball into left field, left center. Cruz will call off Ponder. No advance from second. He'll make the catch, and that's out number 2. It looked like Ponder kind of wanted to take that away from him, but J.J. Cruz ends up calling him off. Ponder and Cruz are roommates back at home in Evansville, so I'm sure they're having a little bit of a laugh about it. Back to the top of the order, Schoenfeld in his first at-bat struck out swinging. It's the only K so far for Zentko today. Chance to get out of things with just the 1 run. First pitch is going to miss. Amani Jones, you can see over in the outfield grass at second base. With the shift to the lefty, Schoenfeld. Salvaggio over near the second base bag. Big gap, though, in between second and short. Little low, and it's ball 2. Robertson very close to the first base line on the shift as well. And Marcos Gonzalez just in his normal positioning over at third. That one is called a strike. It's 2-1. It's been single, fly out, single, single, which brought in a run, and then another fly out, both of them to left field, as we'll have a mound visit, which will give us the chance to take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard since there's actually games going on now. We couldn't do it in the first game because the only game going on was Joliet and Washington. Speaking of, Joliet's beaten Washington 8-7 in game 1 of their doubleheader. Game 2 hasn't even started yet, and it's 7:30. So that's going to be a late night for them. New Jersey's beaten Ottawa 2-0 in the 5th. 3-3 between Sussex and Troyes. 2-2 between Schaumburg and Tri-City. Other games are just in the first inning. 2-1. Shows bunt, pulls it back, and it's called strike 2. I've seen Schoenfeld do that now twice today. Showing bunt, pulling it back, and it's called a strike. Perfectly placed pitch, though, from Zenko to get that called strike 2. Now the 2-2 with 2 outs and 2 on. Whoa. Very interesting swing for strike 3, and Schoenfeld goes down on K's for the second time in 2 innings. That's out number 3, but a run does come in for Florence as Dylan Baker hits a single that brings in Zaid Richardson from third. So the Yalls have a 1-0 lead heading to the third on the Otters Digital Network. Third innings brought to you by Precision Pest and Wildlife. For the second time today, every great team brings precision to the field. We bring it to your home and business. Call 812-993-3341 or visit precisionpestwildlife.com. Let's elevate the standard together. You know, the Otters elevated a lot of pitches in game 1. They hit 5 homers. See if we can get another one here from Amani Jones, who leads off. He hit a double in his first at-bat, and showing good signs of the slump ending, which is always good news. 2 for 5, hit a homer, hit a single, now a double today. Or I guess in this game, all these hits came today. First pitch, though, called a ball. Monty Jones, when leading off an inning, is hitting at a 400, 8 for 20. High fly ball on a foul ground. Running after it is Broussard and Beadle, but both of them will let that one fall into the stands. Couple of kids going on top of the dugout to try and get that ball. Fiending for a baseball. The base is empty. Amani Jones hitting 303. He's overall hitting at a 282 coming into today's doubleheader. Should go up, though, considering the amount of hits that he has today. 2-1. Bargo's been pitching pretty well so far. 2 scoreless. Has given up a couple of hits, but otherwise managed to find his way out of jams. That'll miss for ball 3. Bargo played for 3 schools in his collegiate career. Lincoln Trail for 2 seasons, then Charlotte and Ball State in Muncie, Indiana. The Ball State Cardinals in 2023. Ripped up the middle, and that'll drop in for a base hit. Amani Jones 2 for 2 after a 2 for 5 in game 1. How many hits does the guy need before we can say he broke out of the slump? I think we're good to say it now. Amani Jones didn't even think about this. He got a haircut. Maybe it's the cut. Maybe the cut's helping him. You look fresh, you look nice, you play nice. That's what I've heard. And Amani Jones is doing both. Ball a little high and in for Bargo to LG Castillo with a man on first and nobody out. Throw back to first, not in time. Bargo at Ball State his last season, 11.14 ERA and 26 2/3. Only had 2 scoreless outings. One of them was actually against Southern Indiana. El Screagles. There's 3 innings. Ended up giving up a lot of earned runs, 33 of them, 40 hits. 21 walks compared to 16 strikeouts. So walks sometimes have been the issue for him. So that'll miss for ball 3. And speaking of walks, as Castillo walks, it'll be 2 on to start the inning with nobody out for Blake Robertson. Otters out hitting the Y'alls so far, but down 1 here in the 3rd. There's a strike. Bargo had a lot better of a 2022, in which he had a 2.3 ERA and 31 1/3. It was mostly just coming out of the bullpen in his collegiate career. Something happened with the mound. I think some of the turf came off of the mound. Interesting stuff. So what happens when you don't have a natural grass field, like a certain field in Evansville that the Otters play at on a semi-daily basis. With that being said, they don't have to tarp. Oh, they don't have to tarp. 3-1. Grounder over to short, toss to second for 1, on to first. Scooped up by Zeisler for 2. Lonnie Jones had a head start. Almost beat out the throw to second base, but wasn't able to. It's a 6-4-3 DP, and that will be the first 2 outs in the 3rd. So nobody on 2 outs. That'll bring up Blake Robertson. Walked in his first at bat. Now catches one inside. Straightens him up a little bit. Makes it 1-0. A little low. 2-0 here to B-Rob. Robertson was originally with Cleburne, the Railroaders, but never played a game with them. That swung on and missed. Cleburne in the American Association. Let's see how Cleburne's doing right now. They are 18-20. Well, could be better, could be worse. 6 games back of the Milwaukee Milkmen, who were in first place. Honestly, 5th place in 6 games back, not too bad. Definitely doable. Definitely doable. Lincoln, who we got from Sam Linscott from, 16-22. They're 7 games back, last in the West Division. As there's a base hit into center field for Blake Robertson. I'll bring up Marcos Gonzalez. Speaking of the American Association, see how Gary South Shore is doing. Didn't realize until now we have a lot of guys from the American Association. Because both Marcos, LG, and Serta are all from the American, all from Gary. Gary's 18 and 18 right now. Serta spent most of his time last season, though, with the Kansas City Monarchs. They're in first place at 22 and 14. There's a fly ball into center field. Shaney Feltz almost overran it, but was able to make the catch for out number 3. Couple more hits for Evansville. Can't get a run across, though, as we head to the bottom of the third. 1-0 Florence on the Otters Digital Network. Well, Dylan Zenko is still yet to throw a warm-up pitch because they're trying to fix up that part of the mound that came off. He's finally getting going here. Bottom of the third, 1-0 Florence. The RBI single from Dylan Baker, the difference in this one. It's been a very interesting couple days for the Otters. A couple of rainouts. Nice offensive game, though, in the first game earlier today. Last year against Florence, they didn't play the best. 6-6. 6-6 as well in 2024. But they had a game in which they had a 3-game winning streak at some point. Swept them at home, including a 5-5 sudden death victory. And they ended up getting swept here in 2025 from August 1st through the 3rd. And then a lot of them were either Evansville series wins or Florence series wins. Good thing is, if Evansville wins this game, then the best that Florence can do is tie the season series, because then it'll be a 6-2 lead in the season series. So Otters definitely have a good advantage in terms of the season series, but also means they gotta win this game. Only down 1, but not too much time. It's a 7-inning game. We're already almost halfway through. First pitch to Brett Blomquist is hit into deep left field, and that is a solo homer to lead off the 3rd inning for Brett Blomquist. Blomquist homer number 9 of the season. Now has 6 homers in his last 9 games. Keeps on hitting the ball out of the yard. And it's 2-0 Florence. First pitch he saw, sent it over the left field wall. So that'll bring up the 2 lefties, Hank Zeisler, Brennan Bobo. Zeisler skies one into left field. Doesn't have the distance, but J.J. Cruz will make the catch for out number 1. The 2 pitches, 2 swings, and 2 different outcomes, to say the least. Brendan Bobo will step up. He grounded out to first, and Blake Robertson made a nice diving catch over there. Bobo so far 1 for 6 today after his ground out. First pitch will miss for ball 1. Bobo was at Fullerton, teammates with J.J. Cruz, also teammates with Tanner Bybee on Fullerton, and then was with Loyola Marymount in 2024. His dad's name is Elgin Bobo. He ended up playing 3 seasons in the Angels organization minor league baseball. Main thing that was a little bit weird about him after doing some research, he was drafted in the 38th round of the MLB draft 3 times. Which he has to be the only guy to be drafted in the same round 3 times, right? In 1987, Monte Vista High School by the Rangers, then by the Astros in 1988 out of Cabrillo College, then 1990 by the Angels out of Sonoma State. So 3 times, same round, by an AL West team. Of course, the Astros weren't in the AL back then, but they are now. Makes you think. Really makes you think. But he ended up getting drafted by the Angels and signing there. 3 seasons with their organization. 2-2 to Bobo. In the turf, makes it 3-2. Second season with Florence. 295 in 73 games last season. Struggled a little bit against the Otters last year. 8 for 34. Hit a homer, drove in 10 runs, but also struck out 9 times. Grounder foul, again over to the Otters dugout. Who's that running over there? Grab it. Who is that? That's Ryan Wiltsey. Wiltsey sprinted over to grab that foul ball. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Third strikeout of the day for Zentko, and that's out number 2 in the bottom of the 3rd inning. I'll bring up Zade Richardson, singled and scored in his first at-bat, scored on the Dylan Baker RBI single. That'll be it for Zentko, though. So Zentko is out, making the start, goes 2 2/3, but looking like we're going to get a little bit of a bullpen game as Andrew Garcia will come into the game. And we'll take a quick break here on the Otters Digital Network. 2-0 Florence. A new pitcher into the game is Andrew Garcia. 4.09 ERA in 22 innings. He had a very rough outing against Lake Erie. He gave up 4 earned, including a homer in 1 2/3 innings. Still ended up getting the win, but it boosted his ERA a little bit, and he's trying to get it back down from there. His last outing was against Joliet on the 23rd. He pitched an inning, gave up an earned run, walked 2. Overall, 19 walks, 25 strikeouts. Garcia's good when he can locate. When he walks a lot of guys, that's when he kind of struggles a little bit. We saw how he can perform when he doesn't walk too many batters. That was the 11 scoreless innings he had to start off the season. He's given up 6 of his 10 earned runs overall this season now in his last 5 outings. There's a fly ball into deep right center field. It's going to get off the wall. Richardson was pimping it, so he's going to get held to a single. He thought that one was gone. 376. He was looking at it, admiring it. He thought that thing went to Cincinnati. And it ended up hitting off the wall. So Garrett Broussard up now with a runner on first and 2 outs. A single from Richardson. 2 for 2 now on the day. Grounder down the third base line, foul. Oh, 1 here to Broussard. Slider a little low. Makes it 1-1. Garcia from Lancaster, California. Big Dodgers fan. 27 years old, coming from the Pioneer League after spending a few seasons there. His first season in the Frontier League. A little high. Broussard is also from that area as well. San Juan Capistrano in Orange County. Nice scoop from Mark Black on the fastball. Able to keep it from going past him, but still 3-1 here to Broussard. Walk would put 2 on with 2 outs for Brodell. 3-1 here from Garcia to Broussard. Fouled away. That's going to get out of the stadium. Zenko finishes his day with 2 2/3 innings, 4 hits, 2 earned runs, 1 walk, and 3 strikeouts. As the bullpen game continues on with Garcia. "3-2. Another one fouled away. Heading to the kid zone. Ooh, look out. Nobody watches over there. You always got to be vigilant. A nice at bat here for Broussard. Garcia trying to strike him out, though, and get out of this inning. Move to the 4th and hopefully get a couple runs across. Another payoff. And another foul ball. Foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best, never regret it. We'll do it again at 3-2. Another payoff is called. Strike 3. 4th strikeout for Otters pitching. First for Garcia, and he's able to strike out Broussard looking to end the 3rd. Solo homer, though, to lead off for Brett Blomquist. Makes it 2-0. Florence heading to the 4th on the Otters Digital Network. Fourth inning is brought to you by Sheet Metal Workers Local 20. For 138 years and the second time today, sheet metal workers have led the way in sheet metal industries like heating and air, architectural, industrial, and more. Visit smart20evansville.com for more information. Otters are down 2. They need to get something going here to lead off the fourth. Sam Linscott, Mark Black, J.J. Cruz, just like the second, will lead off the fourth inning. Linscott led off the second with a single. Didn't end up coming around to score, though. Linscott now hitting at an 8 for 17 when leading off an inning. While we're waiting on the first pitch to be thrown, let's take a look at the weather app. See how we're going. 35% at 8. It's 7:51. Called a strike. It's 0-1. Are we gonna have back-to-back suspended game? I hope not. I really hope not. Maybe it's just a small downpour. Maybe it's just a little bit of mist. Never hurt nobody. 1-1 to Linscott. Both teams with 5 hits, but in the runs column, it's a donut for the Otters and a 2 for the Yalls. And for all of you that can count to 3, means we're losing. One to Linscott. Past the dive of Broussard into left field. Back-to-back singles for Linscott in his first 2 at-bats. He's 2 for 2. Mark Black with a man on first and nobody out. Didn't give the fans beer last at-bat, but he did pop out over to Dylan Baker, who made a nice catch over at short. First pitch from Bargo. Grounder to short. Baker tossed to second for 1, on to first for 2. And the second straight 6-4-3 double play in 2 innings for the Otters. So 2 outs, nobody on. That'll bring up J.J. Cruz. Cruz 0 for 1. He has a fly out to center. And after the double play, nobody's on here. With the bases empty, J.J. Cruz hitting 179. Otters now out hitting the Yalls, but losing by 2. Grounder to second base. Throw on to first from Blomquist is in time for out number 3. Another double play kills the momentum for the Otters offensively. We'll head to the bottom of the 4th, 2-0 Florence on the Otters digital network. bottom 4. Otters down 2-0 here against Florence. Andrew Garcia's back out there for another inning of work. He'll face off against the bottom 3 in the order. Brodell, Baker, Beadle. Not too sure what the commotion is over there, but either way, still gives you another good look at the jerseys for Margaritaville as they're tossing out some foam baseballs, I think, in the stands. That's why you hear all the noise. Nobody hit a home run or anything. Brodell hit a single, though, in his first at-bat. He's 1 for 1. Ended up advancing to second, not going further from there. Brodell from Clearwater, Florida. He's 23 years old. Ripped right at short and caught by Salvaggio for out number 1. Salvaggio didn't really even have to move there. Easy 1 pitch, 1 out situation for Brodell and Garcia. First pitch to Dylan Baker is inside. Music's still playing. Another pitch here from Garcia is called a strike. 1-1. Baker is at Miami of Ohio. His teammates with Ahmad Harajli, who we might see today, if not probably tomorrow. That one's inside. 2-1. Also a Shoreline Community College and College of the Desert in Palm Springs in 2022. A little outside, it's 3-1. With Miami of Ohio last season, he had 339. ABCA Rawlings All-Region second team, All-MAC first team. At shortstop was a Brooks Wallace Award finalist. And he will take ball 4. Second walk issued by Otters pitching today as Baker will reach for the second straight time. Zach Beadle fly out to left field in his first at-bat. That was after the RBI single from Baker. Just turned 26 last month. That one misses outside for ball 1. He's from Canton, Michigan, suburb of Detroit. A little bit in between downtown Detroit and Ann Arbor, which is home to the Michigan Wolverines. Didn't end up going to Michigan, though. He went to Madonna University. So that one will miss for ball 2. Locating is a little off for Garcia, so him and Mark Black will have a conversation. Madonna University. Named after the Madonna? The Madonna? I don't know. It's a good question. Actually, nothing Google can't answer for us. But it is in Livonia, Michigan, a little bit west of Detroit. So, played all of his collegiate seasons pretty close to home. That'll miss for ball 3. Walk would put 2 on with 1 out for the top of the lineup in Tyler Schoenfeld. That is going to go behind Beadle. And that's a 4-pitch walk for Garcia. So it's been a very, very wild couple of at-bats for Garcia against Dylan Baker and Zach Beadle. And it'll bring up the top of the lineup in Tyler Schoenfeld. Madonna University is named after the Virgin Mary. I guess that makes sense. Shaney Feltz takes ball one. It's now 7 straight balls thrown by Andrew Garcia. Shaney Felt has struck out twice. Both of those were against Zentko. Has 2 on here with 1 out. That is inside. It's 2-0. Make it 8 straight balls. I think a walk here, and we're going to see Dawil Almonte come out of the bullpen. He is warming right now. 2-0. That is going to miss for ball 3. Garcia really not able to locate here. 1 ball away from loading the bases. 3-0. And that's ball 4. Ten straight balls, 3 straight walks for Garcia, and the bases are loaded with 1 out. Bases loaded, Max Peterson will come out. See if he makes the change here as Brett Blomquist comes in for his 3rd at-bat after the home run. And he will make the change. So Garcia ends up getting out of the 3rd inning, but after 3 straight walks and 10 straight balls thrown, is out of the game, and Dawil Almonte will come in. Let's take a quick break here on the Otters Digital Network. Dawil Almonte into the game. ERA, it's a little high, but that is because he has only pitched in 7 innings. He threw a scoreless frame with 2 strikeouts in his return after spending a month on the IL. He pitched very well on the 23rd against Joliet. Now he's back here to try and get out of the bases loaded 1-out jam. He'll face off against Blomquist. Very rough outing for Garcia, and he is responsible for all 3 runners on. Bases are loaded, 3 walks. Dylan Baker, Zach Beadle, Tyler Shaneyfelt on base. With Blomquist up, he hit a homer in his last at-bat. It was 1 for 2 after a fly out to left field as well. First pitch outside for ball 1. Almonte, 3 walks, 10 strikeouts. And a little bit of a rough couple outings. One of them was against Florence before he went on the IL through 2 innings, 5 hits, 6 earned runs, gave up 2 homers, got the loss against Florence on May 17th. 2-0 here to Blomquist. Other one low. It's 3-0. 13 straight balls thrown by Otters pitching, as no one's able to locate right now. 3-0 to Blomquist. That is ball 4, a little high. And that'll walk in a run. 14 straight balls, 4 straight walks, and a run comes in without Florence having to even swing the bat. I'll bring up Hank Zeisler. First pitch to Zeisler from Almonte. Now 3-0 Florence. That will miss for ball 1. 15 straight balls. One 0. There's a strike. 1-1 to Zeisler. That was a rough few batters. One 1-1 is high and away for ball 2. Throw gets past Almonte over to Salvaggio at short. No advance, though. It didn't even seem like Beetle was paying attention over at third base. It's Beetle at third. Shaney felt at second. Blomquist at first. Zeisler has a walk as well. Now 5 walks issued by Otters pitching. That is just outside for ball 3. Three 1 here to Zeisler. And that is ball 4. Five straight walks, and Max Peterson's going to come back out there. This is a lack of location we have not seen at all this season for the Otters. They're a team that is second in walks, the least amount of walks. But now, they can't throw a strike. Base is still loaded. Everybody advances 90 feet. Shaney felt at third. Blomquist at second. Zeisler at first, and Brendan Bobo will step in for his third at-bat. He's 0 for 2 today. Two runs in. No bats needed to be taken off of the shoulders for Florence. Fouled back. Makes it 0-1. Bobo grounded out to first in the first inning. That ended the first inning. Struck out swinging in the third. Both of those were against Zenko. 0-1. Fly ball into left field. Veering off foul. Cruz will not Did he make the catch out there? Not too sure if he caught that one out there in left field. I don't think he did. So it will be called a foul ball, but Cruz took a bit of a spill into the bullpen area there for Florence. Called a foul ball, though. Makes it 0-2. There is not a lot of space over there in foul ground as the walls veer in, going all the way to the fence. Fouled back. It's still 0-2 to Bobo. It's been a line out to short. That was on the first pitch Garcia threw in the inning, but then walk has made me sound like Pac-Man. 0-2 from Almonte. Swung on and missed, strike 3. There's out number 2. First strikeout for Almonte. As Bobo goes down swinging for the second time today. 2 outs. That'll bring up Zade Richardson. Richardson is 2 for 2, 2 singles. Would have had a double if he wasn't flexing the fact that he almost hit a home run. First pitch from Almonte is called a strike. 4-0 Florence here in the 4th inning. 7-inning game, so the Otters do only have 9 outs to work with here. Rip back up the middle into center field for a base hit. Richardson 3 for 3. 1 run comes in. Rounding third is Blomquist. He'll score. As Zade Richardson, his 3rd hit of the day, brings in 2, and it's 6-0 Florence. Four runs in this inning. 5 walks and a single. 9th man to come to the plate, Garrett Broussard. First pitch from Almonte. Swung on and missed for strike 1. Now 3 of those runs are earned to Garcia, 1 to Almonte. That will hit Broussard. And that'll load the bases back up. No, we'll see if Broussard's okay here. He's making the slow walk over to first. It's 82, so at least it wasn't anything too fast. Seems as though he's okay, though. That'll bring up Marcus Brodell. Led off the inning with a line out to short. And is back up for the second time in the 4th. Zeisler at 3rd. Richardson at 2nd, now with Broussard at 1st. There's a fly ball into left field. J.J. Cruz will run after it, but it will land fair, get over the wall. And it is a ground rule double that brings in 2 more runs. Six runs in this inning. Now it is 8-0 Florence. Dylan Baker is up for the second time in this inning. Started with a walk, first of 5 straight for Otters pitching. First pitch is called a strike. And it's 0-1. Swing and a miss makes it 0-2. Baker 1 for 1, hit an RBI single in the second inning. That made it 1-0. Now it is not 1-0. I'd rather not explain what the score is for everybody's mental health. Either way, it is Broussard at third now with Brodell at second after his ground rule double. So that'll miss for ball 1. One, two. Another one in the turf. Count evens up at 2 apiece. Let's go through the inning. Line out. Walk, 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 walk. Strikeout, single, hit by pitch, double. I think I got everything right. It's been a rough one, to say the least. 2-2. Fouled away. Another 2-2 here. After that double, the Otters are getting out hit 7-6, but they're down 8 runs. Reaches out, grounds one over to second. Throw on to first is in time for out number 3. We're heading to the 5th inning. Otters nothing. Florence a good amount. Fifth inning is brought to you by Buffalo Wild Wings. Bottomless apps are now here. Dine and only visit either Evansville locations. 5405 Pearl Drive or 715 North Green River Road for details. Not good. Not looking good here in game 2. Otters are down 8-0. First pitch is way inside. Bargo pitching with an 8-run lead now. Most likely going to get the victory if this score holds. He's pitching here into the 5th. A little outside, makes it 2-0. (9-1-2) Salvaggio, Ponder, and Amani Jones leading off here in the 5th inning. That'll hit the zone for strike one. Salvaggio so far 1 for 1 with a single. Ended up becoming out number 3, though. That one ended the second inning, as that's called a strike. Salvaggio, Slidell, Louisiana native, a little bit north of New Orleans. Technically, he also comes from the American Association. Fly ball, that'll drop in fair. Throw to second is not in time, and Salvaggio has himself a leadoff double. Nice hit that just snuck fair over down the right field line. Salvaggio is into scoring position with nobody out. Otters and Y'alls now tied in hits yet again. That last inning was 6 runs, 2 hits, 5 walks. The total stat-wise in that one. First pitch to Ponder. Swing and a miss. Well, I was saying Salvaggio, technically another American Association guy on the team because we got him from Lake Country. I don't know if we count that. I think we count that. Oh, 1 is called strike 2. Well, if we take a look at Bargo's pitch count, 60 coming into this inning. Possibility if he keeps on keeping on here, he could go all 7. Swing and a miss for strike 3, and that's out number 1. 2 strikeouts for Bargo. Both of them have come to Ponder. Runner on second with 1 out now for Amani Jones. Monty's 2 for 2 today. Double in the first, single in the third. Trying to bring in that first run for the Otters. Trying to at least avoid getting shut out for the first time this season. Don't have too many outs to work with in terms of a comeback attempt. Oh no. Is a little low for ball 2. Jones was at Stevenson for a few seasons, then was with Millersville. With the mound visit, we'll take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard. Gateway Windy City tied up at 1. Joliet, did they beat Washington? They did, 8-7. Oh, well, Joliet won the series against Washington. That's kind of wild. New Jersey tied with Ottawa in the 7th, 2-2. 11-5, Troyes had a 7-run 5th inning to take the lead there. Schaumburg's beaten Tri-City 4-3. Quebec's losing again to New York. Not 18-2 this time, only 4-2. So that one's fouled away, makes it 2-1. Mississippi shutting out Lake Erie 7-0 through 4 innings. That's where we're at right now in terms of the league. If this score holds, we'll split the doubleheader. Hard to win both games in a doubleheader, but we'll have a rubber match tomorrow afternoon before we head home for 3 against Washington. Little low. Makes it 3-1. Salvaggio let off the frame with a double. Has been stranded there ever since. Grounder over to short. Baker will toss on over to first for out number 2. Advancing to third is Salvaggio. The 2 outs, though. Runner on third. LG Castillo. Another quick mound visit. They're going to count that as 1. I think they will, so Toby Hall will come out. So 2 mound visits in what, 3-4 pitches? As there is somebody warming up in the bullpen, I think it's Anthony Tomczak, who we haven't seen play yet in an Otters uniform. We'll get his first opportunity here, depending on if Dawil Almonte comes out for another frame. Gave up a good amount of runs, so it might be Tomczak the rest of the way, possibly. Only 2 innings if this score holds. Nobody up in the bullpen for Florence. It's Bargo's inning to finish here against LG. Castillo 0 for 2. Ground out to third, hit into a double play in the 3rd inning. He's yet to get a hit yet. He's at 598 professional hits, so he's getting close to the big 600. Fouls one off, though. Makes it 0-1. No runs, 7 hits, no errors for the Otters. 8 runs on 7 hits, no errors for Florence. There's a fly ball into center field. Shaney Feltz will make the catch, and that's out number 3. So leadoff double goes nowhere as the run isn't able to come around to score. Still 8-0 as we head to the bottom of the 5th on the Otters Digital Network. Bottom 5th, we have a pitching change brought to you by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find all your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road, or give them a call at 812-475-9K. Anthony Tomczak is into the game for his first outing with Evansville this season. Tomczak, 25 years old, from Boca Raton, Florida. See all the zeros there. It means he's been pitching phenomenally. No, I'm kidding. 0.0 innings pitched. He has a sinker, slider, 4-seam fastball, changeup mix, a 4-pitch mix for him. He was just in the Mariners organization. He'll face off against the 9-1-2 guys in the lineup. Beetle, Shaney, Felt, Blomquist, the top 3 leading off here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Beetle 0 for 1 walked, came around to score in the 4th inning. First pitch is called a strike, 92. See him throwing up to 94 there as well. Missed all of 2025 with an injury. Was placed on the full season injured list back on March 23rd. Didn't play a game. 2024, he split time between Single A Modesto, the Nuts, which are now the Roadsters in the Pioneer League, and the High A Everett Aqua Sox. There's a base hit. It's going to get all the way into the gap in right center field up against the wall. Beetle's going to head into second base, and he has a leadoff double here in the 5th inning. That'll bring up Tyler Shaneyfelt. 2 strikeouts and a walk. Came around to score in the 4th inning, one of the 6 runs that came in. 8 runs, 8 hits now for Florence as that pitch is called a strike. Tomczak was drafted in the 15th round of the 2019 draft out of North Broward Preparatory School. Overall, only pitched 80 innings with the Mariners organization. He elected free agency after the 2025 season, didn't end up signing anywhere. So now here playing for the first time in 2026 with the Otters. 1-1. A little low. Makes it 2-1. 2019 was his age 18 season, played 5 games in the Arizona League with the Mariners. 2021, 3 games. 2022, only 1 game. The reason why he didn't get too much playing time, he didn't play when he was a little bit younger. Ended up getting the most playing time, though, in 2023 with Modesto. 3.76 ERA, 26 and a third, but still ended up getting injured. Placed on the 7-day IL on July 4th of 2023 and then missed the rest of the year. Had an ERA under 1 in his first 9 2/3 innings with Modesto. Ended up getting called up to High A on May 13th. Now we'll get off the glove of Mark Black and over to the Y'all's dugout. It will advance Beetle over to third. It'll be a pass ball on Mark Black. It'll put Beetle 90 feet away from scoring a 9th run for Florence. (3-2) here to Shaneyfelt. Still nobody out here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Check swing over is a no-go, and that's another walk. Runners at the corners with nobody out. That'll bring up Brett Blomquist. Most walks the Otters have dealt in a game is 10. And we have 7 of them right now. Foul ball is going to get off the mask of Mark Black. Off the netting for strike 1. So far, Blomquist has a solo homer. He's 1 for 2 today. Also walked in a run in the 4th inning. Another scoring opportunity, though, for Florence. Already up 8. Runner goes. Throw to second is not in time as Shaneyfelt will steal another bag. Up to 21 of 24 on the season, and that'll put 2 in scoring position with nobody out. Blomquist, 25 RBIs. Up to 28 after the festivities today. Inside makes it 2-1. Two-one pitch from Tomczak. Fly ball into the gap in left center field. That's going to drop in for extra bases. 2 runs are going to come in. And Brett Blomquist has 4 RBIs today. Makes it a 10-0 Y'all's lead. Back to Hank Zeisler. 2 walks and a fly out to left field so far today. Has an RBI, walked in a run as well. Runner on second, still nobody out. 2 runs already in for Florence. Called a ball outside. Mark Black will have a conversation here with Tom Zach. Zeisler in his 4th season with Florence. He's from Kentfield, California. A little bit north of San Francisco, not Sacramento. Has a lot of franchise records for Florence. Mostly because in his last 2 seasons and this year, he's hitting over 300. This year is definitely his best season, though. Last year, he was runner-up for MVP, so shows you how good he's been so far this year. Bat breaks, goes into the Otters dugout. Throw on to first from Salvaggio is in time. Hopefully everyone's okay in there. The runner advances to third, and that's out number 1. Zeisler just left with the handle of the bat. Runner on third, 1 out. Brendan Bobo will step up. 0 for 3 so far, 1 for 8 over the course of these 2 games. First pitch is for a ball now. So the double from Blomquist. He advances a third on the ground ball. Swung on and missed. Bobo 0 for 3 has a ground out to first and 2 strikeouts so far today, or in this game. Overall, 5 strikeouts compared to 7 walks for Otters pitching. 0-2. Fly ball into left field. It's veering away, but it'll go fair territory. And it's a 2-run homer. That barely got out of the yard. Bobo sends one the other way. Didn't look like a home run at first, but it does get over the wall just fair. And that makes it a 12-0 Florence lead. See if we caught it over there. Just gets over. Take a look at the replay. Yeah, just over the wall. 325 sign out there. That one ended up going 347. Hard to see over there from our vantage point up in the press box, but called it fair. They called it a home run and didn't hear any sort of backlash from the Otters dugout. So 12-0. As 4 more runs come in here in the 5th inning. 0-1 here with 1 out. Zade Richardson 3 for 3, 3 singles. One of them drove in 2 runs in the 4th inning. Ended up coming around to score there as well. He has 2 runs scored. Somebody else warming in the bullpen for the Otters. Grounder to third. Gonzalez throw on to first is in time for out number 2. First 3 reached. 3 extra base hits in this inning alone. 10 hits overall for Florence with 12 runs. Bases empty, 2 outs. That'll bring up Garrett Broussard. Broussard 0 for 2. He got hit by a pitch in that 4th inning that brought in 6 runs. One 0. Ripped to third and caught by Gonzalez for out number 3. 4 more runs come in. The Otters are getting blown out here, 12-0, as we head to the 6th on the Otters Digital Network. It's been quite the demoralizing game here in Game 2. Otters are down 12-0 here in the top of the sixth inning. Sixth inning, by the way, is brought to you by United Fidelity Bank, the experience you need and the service you deserve since 1914. Bargo's still out there. He's thrown 5 scoreless. The Otters have a hit in every single inning. Have yet to bring a run across. It's Blake Robertson, Marcos Gonzalez, Sam Linscott. The top 3 leading off here in the bottom of the sixth inning. Or, sorry, the top of the sixth inning. Robertson, 1 for 1. He has a single and a walk. Only walk issued by Bargo today. Robertson is hitting 253 now. Hitting the ball a lot better as of recent after a bit of a rough start to the season. Let's see how long Bargo gets here. 75 pitches. He definitely could go 6. It depends on how quickly this inning goes by. First pitch to Robertson is fouled back. Well, Florence doesn't have headshots for some of the Otters players, some of the new guys at least. So they just put pictures of Otters up on the screen. So Robertson is an Otter just kind of standing up and not. He kind of looks like he's begging for food. It's kind of hard to tell as well though from out here. Ball inside makes it 1-1. 1 run in the second, 1 in the third, 6 in the fourth, 4 in the fifth for Florence. One gets in the dirt. Splitting the doubleheader. Definitely not too bad of an outcome here today. Something about this second game has just felt like it's taken all the air out of the team. They had that great offensive day earlier, scored 10 runs, got a lot of hits, a lot of singles, 5 home runs, and now they don't even have a run on the board right now. Grounder over to short. Baker tosses to first, and that's out number 1. Now 1 out. That'll bring up Marcos Gonzalez. 0 for 2. See who's warming up in the bullpen for the Otters after this pitch. Ends up hitting the zone for strike 1. Alex Valdez is in the bullpen. Think he is the last guy that hasn't pitched today. So every bullpen arm being used today for the Otters. Reaches out, pokes one into left center field. That'll drop in for a base hit. Gonzalez trying to go two. Throw in there is not in time. Good base running from Marcos to get into second base, take the extra 90. They're kind of loose out there in the outfield. It was also a very deep single. Marcos tried to extend it to a double and was able to do so successfully. I'll bring up Lynn Scott. He's 2 for 2 today. First pitch fouled away, ways away, off to the right side. Well, Florence last year went 43 and 53. They had a very interesting stat. They started 2 and 10 in one-run games. They're obviously playing a lot better this season. They were originally the Florence Freedom. I guess here in Florence. They were originally the Erie Sailors, all the way back in 1994. Moved to Johnstown, became the Steel, then became the Johnnies, which is kind of like, I guess it's kind of like the Phillies, but John instead of Phil. Then they were sold to Florence and became the Freedom. They were the Freedom for a while, 2003 to 2019. They've been the Y'alls not for really that long. And to be honest, I thought that they've been the Y'alls for forever, but I guess not. Either way, they play here at Thomas More Stadium. Third highest capacity in the division. First is EVSC's historic Bosque Field, by the way. 12th in the league out of 18 teams. Fully turf. It's originally named Champion Window Field. Became UC Health Stadium in 2012, and then Thomas More University got the naming rights. That one is called strike 3, and it's out number 2. Third strikeout only for Bargo. First one looking as well, as that's out number 2. Otters still have a hit in every inning. I'll bring up Mark Black. Now, obviously, with the name being after the stadium, Thomas More's baseball team plays here, as well as the Mount St. Joseph University baseball team. I'll miss inside for ball 1. It's also home to Northern Kentucky, the Fighting Tyler Schoenfelds for a while, 2006 to 2008. It was a pretty short-lived tenure, though, for them before they got their own stadium. 1-0. High fly ball left side of the infield. Dylan Baker calling everybody off. He will make the catch for out number 3. And to the bottom of the 6th, 12-0. Florence on the Otters Digital Network. Bottom 6. Last guy out of the bullpen that we have not seen yet for the Otters, Alex Valdez, is into the game. These guys are in the middle of a very heated argument. I wonder what they're talking about. For everybody watching on Home Team Network, what do we think these guys are talking about? They're trying to get the workers' opinion on things. Very interesting conversation going on there. Either way, 12-0. Florence is leading. Otters 3 outs away from getting shut out for the first time this season. And it'll be Brodell, Baker, and Beadle. 9+ batters hit in the second straight inning. After 6 runs come in the 4th, 4 runs come in the 5th. And now Brodell will lead off an inning for the second straight time, but also bat for the 4th time in now 6 innings. First pitch misses for ball 1. Brodell has a double, drove in 2 runs in his last at-bat, and singled in the second inning, lined out to short to lead off that 6-run 4th, in which he batted twice. Swung on and missed, it's 1-1. Fouls one off himself, and it is 1-2. Let's take a look at the weather. How's the weather looking? Expect rain in 29 minutes. Well, surprisingly, we were able to get through both of these games. Hopefully. We still have another inning. Rain subsiding. Decided to cooperate today. So that one's inside. It's 2-2. Never understood why it rains in summer. I always used to think, summer, rain just was illegal. No, it still does. Still happens here. It is almost July, and we had a thunderstorm last week in Evansville. That was a time. That was a real time. Obviously showing the fact that I am not from here pretty well. That'll miss. It's 3-2. But like, if you think about it, like, what's the point of tornadoes? Why do they exist? Do we really need them? Ground ball over to second base. Monty Jones will toss on to first for out number 1. Like, if we're being completely honest, tornadoes, all they do is bad, right? So if we made tornadoes illegal, they wouldn't show up, right? Talking to myself here. First pitch called a strike to Dylan Baker. Baker is 1 for 2 with a walk. Little low. Makes it 1-1. The sun is setting over to the left. Can't really see it too well. We'll be back here tomorrow at 1:07 Eastern, 12:07 Central Time for Game 3 of this series. There's a fly ball into left field. J.J. Cruz will make the catch, and that's out number 2. This will be the last time the Otters show up here as a full team. We're definitely going to have a few All-Stars showing up here for the All-Star game. The Y'all-Star game? The All-Star game. But either way, in terms of playing Florence, in terms of games that actually matter to the record, we will not be back here this season. This will be the second place where we will not be back at. Lake Erie, we went there twice in 2 weeks, and we're not going to be back there the rest of the year. Lake Erie hasn't even played us at home. We don't start playing Washington on the road until August. So, interesting scheduling stuff going on. Swing and a miss from Beetle. It's 1-2. Valdez trying to throw the first 1-2-3 inning of the game for either side. Mentioned the Otters have a hit in every inning. I've yet to bring a run across, though. In the turf, 1-2. Two with 2 outs. High and in. Makes it ball 3. Shaney Felt on deck. 0 for 2. 2 walks, 2 runs scored, 2 strikeouts. It's a very, very satisfying pattern of at-bats for Shaney Felt. High fly ball into foul ground. Robertson running after it, but it's going to fall out of play. There's actually kids in the kids zone, unlike the first game, where there was one kid hogging all the baseballs out there. Dude's going to start selling Florence Y'all's foul balls on eBay. Gonna get it signed. Guys, who wants a Hank Zeisler signed foul ball? He's gonna make bread. Foul ball, but this one's playable for Robertson, who makes the catch for out number 3. So the first 1-2-3 inning of the day, or of the game for either side, goes to Alex Valdez. We'll head to the 7th. 12-0. Florence on the Otters Digital Network. Seventh inning is brought to you by Jacob's Pub. Jacob's Pub is proud to support the Evansville Otters in the Jacobsville neighborhood. Be sure to check out First Fridays at 607 North Main Street in Evansville, Indiana. It's a lot to a little here in the 7th. Casey Bargo is out of the game. Coming into the game for Florence, the man wearing the number 34, Ahmad Harajli. Harajli 6.10 ERA in 10 1/3. He's coming off of back-to-back scoreless outings against Gateway and Schaumburg on the 24th and 18th, respectively. He'll come in to try and finish the job here against the Otters. Pitching with a decently comfortable lead, I'd say. First pitch is going to miss to J.J. Cruz. That sounded like it broke. Grounder back to Harajli. His throw over to first is in time for out number 1. 1-3 on a bat that didn't look like it broke, but it definitely sounded that way. TJ Salvaggio fouls one back to the netting. Salvaggio's having a good day offensively. He's 2 for 2. He has a single and a double. Otters have 8 hits, but have not managed to bring any of them across. It's overall a game to forget for Evansville. They're 2 outs away from getting shut out for the first time this season. Called a strike, makes it 0-2, or 1-2 here against Salvaggio. Harajli, mentioned before, he's teammates with Dylan Baker at Miami of Ohio. Before that, he was with Michigan. First season with Florence after his last year at Miami of Ohio. He had a 8.84 ERA, 18 1/3 innings. Had an ERA over 6 in every collegiate season he's had. He strikes out Salvaggio. 4th strikeout for Florence pitching. And the Otters are down to their final out here in the 7th. Back to the top of the lineup, John Ponder will stand in. 4th time, he's 0 for 3 so far. Swing and a miss for strike 1. 2 of the 3 strikeouts that Bargo had were against Ponder. Speaking of Bargo, he finishes with 6 innings, 8 hits, no earned runs, 1 walk, and 3 strikeouts. 0-1. Rajli had a little bit of a weird leg kick up there. Cueto-esque, I think. A bit Cueto-esque. You could do what you want when you're up 12-0, I think. A little outside, it's 2-1. So after the 2 games, neither team gains ground in the division against each other, but against Washington, we'll see what happens. If Washington splits, then nobody really goes anywhere in the standings. They're winning 3-0 right now against Joliet. Called strike 2. Otters down to their last strike. That was a very dominant performance from Casey Bargo. Definitely the best outing he's had as a Florence Y'all this season. Ponder not wanting to go back just yet to the hotel. Staying alive here. Next man up mentality for Ponder. 2-2. Little high, and it's a full count. Ponder has reached base in his last 5 games. Maybe he's trying to keep up that streak as well if he walks here. Payoff pitch. Swung on and missed strike 3. Ponder strikes out for the 3rd time today. And Florence blows out Evansville. The Otters get shut out for the first time this season as they lose 12-0. And after a good win in game 1 of the series, Game 2 was all Florence and a bit of a demoralizing loss for the Otters. Hard to sweep a doubleheader, and luckily Otters have a chance tomorrow to take the series. They'll fall to 26-16 after splitting the two-gamer here on this Saturday afternoon/night. It's a very long day of baseball. 15 innings played today. And overall, a lot of runs scored, too. What was it? 29 runs scored today. 19 of them from Florence, 10 of them from Evansville. Florence wins in the Margaritaville jerseys. As we will have a rubber match, Game 3 tomorrow. It'll be at 1:07 Eastern, 12:07 Central Standard Time, as the Otters try to win a series on the road against a division rival before they play another division rival at home in Washington. Gonna have to regroup, try to get a victory tomorrow. They did win Game 1, which is a definite positive to come out of this one. The offense looked great. Game 2, maybe just put that one on the back burner, pretend it didn't happen, and get into Game 3, trying to win a series on the road. But for everybody here, the Evansville Otters, and here at Thomas More Stadium, I'm Evan Patoka. We'll see you tomorrow for the rubber match between the Otters and the Yalls before a three-gamer against the Wild Things.